Yeah, man. Nice to meet you. I'm Jack.
Jack from Winkham.
Yes, ma'am. Winchester Town Moderator. Tonight we have the honor of being joined by the members of the Winchester High School Girl Scout Troop 77025, who will present the colors and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Town meeting members, select board members, guests, may I please have your attention? We are about to start the flag ceremony. Please stand as you are able. Girl Scouts attention. Girl Scouts advance. Girl Scouts display the colors. Girl Scouts post the colors. Color Guard, honor your flag. Please join us in saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag and the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Color Guard retreat. Town meeting moderator.
Thank you very much. It is my solemn duty to recognize the extraordinary members of our community who have passed away since our last meeting. Mike Alano was a resident of Winchester, a fixture of the Lincoln School, where he was a crossing guard for 11 years, passed away this summer. William Bill Garisi was a member of the Winchester class of 1954, who served on the town meeting for 20 years from Precinct 8. Thomas Savini was a longtime board member and past president of the Winchester Rotary Club, the Winchester Jumelage Association, Winchester Boat Club, and the Winchester Historical Society, where he led the effort to preserve and restore the Sanborn House. Bob Newtile was a 1967 graduate of Winchester High School, where he was a standout athlete in football, hockey, and baseball. He was inducted into the Winchester Sports Hall of Fame in 2000. He served as a baseball coach in Winchester for 47 years and as president of the Winchester Baseball Association for 21 years. He is recognized nationally for his dedication to the game and for his efforts and volunteer work in this town. This town meeting named Westside Field in his honor in 2007. Let's take a moment to remember these dearly departed. Thank you. Before we begin our agenda, I would like to overview what we're going to be doing tonight. After hearing from the town boards and committees, taking a break to conduct precinct meetings in accordance with our bylaws, the business tonight is primarily going to be capital planning and associated articles. Some other housekeeping matters I'd like to tell you about. As you may have heard, the proponents of Article 35 have informed me that they intend to indefinitely postpone their article. In addition to due to some scheduling conflicts, when we get to Articles 15 through 19 this evening, I will be asking for consent to move those bylaw articles to the first order of business on Thursday evening. Conversely, if we get to Article 26, I will be asking unanimous consent to move that article to Thursday night as well, to accommodate a group of retired town employees who may wish to be heard on that article. We begin with the way we begin all town meetings, with the 7 preliminary motions. A series of motions are currently placed on the consent agenda. See page 1 in the motion book. It is moved and seconded that the following preliminary motions be voted as one: that Stephen Delaney, acting town manager, and Stacy Ward, comptroller, who are not town meeting members, be permitted to sit at the front of the auditorium with the select board during all sessions of this town meeting. That all members of the finance committee and their secretary, whether town meeting members or not, be permitted to sit at the front of the auditorium during all sessions of this town meeting. That the town clerk and her designee or the assistant town clerk be permitted to occupy a desk at the platform during all sessions of this town meeting. That the deputy town moderator be permitted to occupy a desk on the platform or sit in the front of the auditorium during all sessions of this meeting. That the moderator be authorized to permit members of various town boards, commissions, committees, department heads, and petitioners of special articles to sit at the front of the auditorium during consideration of the appropriate articles. That unless otherwise ordered, all adjournment sessions of this town meeting shall be held on successive Monday and Thursday evenings at 7 p.m. at the Winchester High School auditorium until the work of this town meeting is completed. That action on all motions involving appropriation shall be continued in compliance with the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 57, Section 21C, a law known as Proposition 2.5, and that cable television coverage shall be permitted at all sessions of this town meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Now for our consent agenda. It is moved and seconded that the 2025 Fall Town Meeting advance for consideration Articles 3, 7, 11 through 14, and 22 through 25, and take action on such articles without debate of any such articles, provided that upon request of 5 voters at this town meeting made before a vote is taken on this motion, or otherwise at the moderator's discretion, an article shall be removed from the consent agenda and shall be acted upon in the ordinary course of business at this town meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So we'll proceed to Article 1, to hear and act upon the reports of town officials, boards, and committees, and commissions, or take any other action in relation thereto. Our first presenter is the Select Board, and on their behalf, the Chair, Michelle Pryor.
And the Vice Chair this evening. We'll hear from both.
You can move right or left.
It's always tough with the arrows. Do I have to? Okay. All right. So good evening, Mr. Moderator. Good evening, Town Meeting. Welcome to Fall Town Meeting. I want to start off with some changes in the Town Manager's office since the spring. Beth Rudolph departed employment on September 3rd. Our acting Town Manager, Steve Delaney, at our table started September 10th. Mark Toogood retired at the end of September and is back on a part-time contractual basis. And Meg White retired at the end of August, came back and supported with us several projects. A new town manager started in mid-October. So a search for permanent town manager is underway. There's a screening committee that's been convened. Resumes are being reviewed. We expect to have interviews in front of the Select Board in December. After we pick an appointee, we will then do some contract negotiations and onboarding prior to them starting. So that work is on its way. Now, back to what we usually do when we're not interviewing folks. The ongoing work of Select Board, we are still addressing capital needs using stabilization fund monies, grants, free cash. At this town meeting, the CPA allocations will be done for the first time. Still looking to improve communication with residents. Whoa, that's terrible. And coordinate with other boards and committees. You'll hear State of the Town updates. That's where most of our most consistent collaboration is, about every other Friday, with 4 or 5 different boards and 7 at-large residents. So I wanted to highlight some of the capital since we were here in May. Over the summer, Morocco School got $800,000 in repairs via the Morocco Life Extension project. Top left is new flooring. Ginfield got some new lights. The Shore Road Bridge was repaired right before school started. And we didn't do Laraway Road, but I just need to highlight that it's open because it made me so happy in July when that finally occurred. This next slide are some of the grants. So in the last 2 years, the town secured $1.6 million in outside grants. One grant was for an aerobic digester at the transfer station from the DEP. We got a grant for the South Reservoir Dam. That work is very close to done. New windows were put in the Mystic School. You can see it replaces the cardboard and rainbows and broken glass that I showed a few town meetings ago, and Lynch solar panels on the roof, which is getting some federal tax rebates. So I wanted to just highlight that we both spend our stabilization money, we spend free cash, we also pursue grants. And then the last bit, we were very excited to cut some ribbons this summer in July. McDonald's and Leonard Fields are at the top. Lincoln Playground got an update, and the Lynch School got a brand new playground as well. So people were very busy over the summer. DPW, engineering, project managers. May White stuck around to see some of these things through, and there's a lot of tangible benefit. Repaved Main Street, Town Hall parking lot. A lot was done this summer that I wanted to highlight and say thank you to all the staff involved. The Select Board has put, maybe not a record number, but a lot of articles on the warrant this year for this term. Several addressing long-term liabilities and supporting ongoing operations. One, to advance our affordable housing goals through municipal housing trust. 3, to expand tax relief for seniors and other residents. 1, to accept control of our recreation department's home at the Mystic School. And the Select Board put Article 15 on for town meeting to consider a change to the way it governs the operation of town meeting. So before I hand it off to Anthea, just want to do a quick little plug for the transfer station for all of you out there who can make a difference in reduce and recycle. We've done a lot of deeper dives in the transfer station over state of the town. So it's almost holiday shopping season. Please bring your clean cardboard to the transfer station and drop it in the container marked compactor. If you're cleaning out your closet, we sell textiles. We resell those by the ton. Donate those items to the left of the transfer station entrance, and the digester will allow you to compost food waste. So we can make decisions that save costs and also reduce and reuse within the community. Please volunteer for open seats. That's a screenshot from yesterday. And thank you for your service to Winchester. And now I invite up Anthea Brady, and hopefully we won't drag on too long, but pause my timer, please, while Anthea gets up and gets her presentation.
I dropped my pumpkins in the compost on Saturday morning before the ants ate them. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and good evening, town meeting. I'm Anthea Brady, the Vice Chair of the Select Board. I'm going to briefly preview for you an article that the board intends to put forward at spring town meeting to establish a Human Rights Commission for the town of Winchester. Am I echoing? That does not look right.
I wonder why it came out.
Yes, we have a note from the, who has clicker number 88? Can you go to the clerk's table? We have a switch for you. Thank you.
What the heck is going on? Jeepers creepers.
It's okay. School committee did theirs with no slides last time. I did mine with no slides this time.
But what source is this?
I'm not doing that.
It's just a couple, but yeah,
No, they're showing up there.
they're there.
This is mine. There we go. No, that's the screen right there. Was technical problems on the bingo card? Can anybody?
I think it was the center square.
All right, so back to the dramatic preview to establish a Human Rights Commission for the town of Winchester. So the creation of a Human Rights Commission would bring an avenue for us to advocate for policies and programs that support the town's human rights statement, which you can see on the screen. The commission might do things like enlist the cooperation of stakeholders to eliminate unlawful discrimination and promote harmonious group relationships in the town, or serve as a point of contact and advocate for those who feel they've faced discrimination in the community to issue advice or recommendations that foster better understanding, or to hold meetings, events, develop materials to mitigate discrimination in housing, employment, education, and public accommodations, services, and facilities. This is not a new idea, nor is it something we should do because everyone else is doing it. Still looking over my shoulder. While all of our neighboring cities and towns already have a Human Rights Commission, Winchester can point to our Equal Opportunity Committee, which was designed to ensure the town created policies and programs to assure equal opportunity. If you've read your town meeting warrant, you will know that it ceased to operate over 40 years ago in 1985. So the Human Rights Commission is a more modern version of this EOC and would be based on the successful practices of our neighboring communities and peer towns. The Select Board has discussed the Human Rights Commission in September and supported bringing this article forward in the spring town meeting. So between fall 25 and spring 26 town meeting, we plan to do a few things. We'll convene a working group that can meet with residents, town offices, businesses, nonprofits, and other local organizations, meet with neighboring towns to get their feedback, and engage with the Network for Social Justice, who we've already connected with and has encouraged us to put forward the article. This working group will do such things as developing the membership and duties of the Human Rights Commission, drafting the bylaw articles and motion and the background language for town meeting, and capturing feedback, successes, and lessons learned from neighboring town. We look forward to connecting with you again in the spring on this one. So we also welcome your feedback and your interest in the Human Rights Commission. You can expect to see discussion around the Select Board table, as well as a public hearing in the spring prior to our next town meeting. If you are interested, if you have questions, if you'd like to be involved, please reach out to me. My email is abrady@winchester.us. Thanks.
We'll hear now from the Finance Committee and their chairperson, Derek Ross.
Likes me this time.
There we go. Hello, everybody. I'm Derek Ross. I have the honor of chairing the Finance Committee this year. We have an amazing 13 volunteers this year. We're actually too short, so if you're interested in joining, there's plenty of room. There's about 200 plus years of financial experience, CFOs, a professor of accounting, all types of folks. So please, if you're interested, you're more than welcome. I'm a big Peanuts fan, and this is a great depiction of every spring town meeting and what happens to FinCom. Every year, you all task us with solving this problem. And we try our best creatively to present a balanced budget, but it's very difficult. Kind of all kidding aside, what holds us back? Well, some of the main things are our revenue. So unfortunately, 95% of our revenue comes from general funds, which is above the state average of about 85%. We lack significant commercial tax base. We're roughly 20 to 75% lower than other towns. Our expenses, healthcare, employee benefits, schools, inflation are far greater than the kind of current 3% revenue growth. Our current spending needs, our desired new services, and our fixed costs results in roughly about a 3 to 4 million deficit and growing. Now, finance is usually the doom and gloom, but I'm here to say that, to be honest, the sky isn't falling. There's a lot of good things to fall back on, but we just need to be prudent. We have a Moody's rating that is AAA, which gives us favorable bond terms when we're out trying to garner some more borrowing. We're not as leveraged as many towns, meaning in debt. We are slightly below, definitely from a nominal perspective, but below most of our peer towns. Our free cash and reserves are sufficient to support emergency, both capital and operational needs, and keeping them at those levels helps support our high buy rating. And lastly, we have a stable tax base as our property taxes benefit from the growing value of our homes. And in times, difficult times, they've shown to hold their value a lot more than other places. You know, with that said, there's definitely reasons to be financially prudent at this time. We're currently anticipating another operational deficit in the realm of about $3 to $5 million. We have aging capital assets which often require immediate foreseen and unforeseen spending. We have major labor contracts that are in negotiation and still unclear the outcome. Like I mentioned before, healthcare, energy, construction, and material costs are inflation is far outpacing our revenue growth. We lack the clarity of potential revenue increases like an override, incremental fee increases, or how we better leverage our town assets to maybe incur some more revenues. And then lastly, the free cash and reserves are needed for short-term flexibility to support our existing and future liabilities. So I ask kind of over the next couple days that we just keep these things in the back of our minds when we're reviewing things. We have an amazing controller, actually. We have an amazing controller, and here's a few data points from her report for fiscal 2025. Currently, our total revenue and transfers in are roughly $158 million. We had the benefit of some investment increases that are not really recurring, about $1.5 million that's contributing and helping with the top line. Our total expenditures are roughly about the same at $158 million, and we benefit from about $2 million in turnbacks and some prudence across all the different departments throughout town. One thing to really keep an eye on is our free cash. The Finance Committee really takes defending the free cash as one of our kind of important tasks. And it's not to be kind of half empty or very conservative. It's really to just support the needs of the town. So for example, the usage of the free cash has greatly increased year on year for good things like roof repairs, schools, and tax relief.
Mr. Ross, you've reached the end of your time. Do you need an extension?
Just about a minute.
Okay.
Okay. The big thing is we all need to just keep an eye on these increases as free cash will have growing pressures on the years as we continue to be in a deficit. So I'd just like to conclude with, we'll go into Springtown meeting with some challenges. Like we said, most likely a deficit. However, we aren't in a kind of tough position where we have to make kind of rash, untalked through decisions. So please use this time to go through all the different needs of the town and then have the idea that we'll come back in the spring along with the State of the Town initiative to come up with ideas on how to bridge these gaps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the school committee, their chairperson, Karen Bolognese.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Just make sure you get me my presentation.
Yes, ma'am. There you go. Forward and back.
All right. Good evening, town meeting, and Mr. Moderator, thank you so much. I'm Cara Mariama Bolognese. First, a thank you to our committee members who give their time and energy to furthering our work and outreach, also our student members and our district leadership. The school committee held several summer workshops during which we thought deeply about our district vision, as well as our buildings, their needs, and their future use. Here's a look at our the mission statement, which is where we began, and our district vision that will help guide our planning and decision making. I won't read it all, but a copy of the slides will be available. The committee also reaffirmed its prioritization of budgetary needs over the next 5 years, which we introduced at spring town meeting. You can see some of the broad categories here, such as literacy, mathematics, and professional development, or PD, and you may notice that some of them are repetitive. Safety, okay, safety and security, for example. I'll just start clicking it. Safety and security, for example.
Do you have to point it at the computer?
Oh, okay. Is a priority for us for every year. Another one that comes up several times is literacy. The work of last year and this year is in preparation for the following years. On this front, we've had a busy summer of PD, which we'll continue to need, and we're running 2 pilot programs in this year 2 of the literacy program and at all 5 elementary schools. The data analysis system that you funded is already being used to track student data. Our staff and the research team, CES, will work together to evaluate these programs to ensure that they align with state standards and also with Winchester's vision for literacy. A final decision with input from all stakeholders is planned for March of 2026, with the superintendent's recommendation to the school committee for full implementation in 2026-27. Beyond this summer work, as always, much remains to be done. Collective bargaining, of which we have 2 of 5 units settled, a state response expected for our Morocco school application, participating in the EFPBC's facility master plan process, and wrapping up the tremendous amount of work that Dr. Hackett, over many months, by Dr. Hackett and Mr. Marin with the State of the Town Committee on our long-term needs and override planning. As a direct result of the work that we did on WPS 2030, we'll be bringing 2 articles to you this fall town meeting, including number 30 on surplusing the Mystic School back to the town, and number 34 for a GIS study and consulting services to assist the school committee, the school department, and the planning board with long-term planning, zoning, transportation, etc. Thanks to your support, town meeting members, and many others, we have a lot to be proud of. I'll quickly show you some of the work that's been done. We've made improvements to all our elementary school playgrounds, such as replacing the surfaces as needed, and or adding ADA compliant features to make these spaces more fun and accessible for all. Oops, oh dear. At Morocco, a new cafeteria space, reconfigured library, fresh paint, furniture, and new vinyl tiles greeted students and staff. This was from the remainder of the Morocco Life Extension Plan. Roof repair work has continued in some much-needed areas of the McCall and Ambrose schools. And the high school gym is just now reopening with 4 regulation-sized hardwood courts, lines for pickleball that can also be shared with badminton, new bleachers, all just in time to host our #1 girls volleyball team. Woohoo! That's right. This space will enable us to host MIAA tournaments in many sports and will serve students safely for years to come. And after years of anticipation and hard work, we reopened the Lynch School, the first net zero building in town, powered by solar panels that we own, an anchor in the community that will serve our children and staff for decades. These last slides celebrate your students. In academics, with 95% moving on to four-year colleges and universities, 90% at one of their top 3 choices, 7 national merit semifinalists, 3 students apiece either advancing to the national finals for National History Day projects or being recognized nationally for their writing. And in community service, a McCall Civics Action Project team was commended by the state for its project on academic stress, and high schoolers built beds for kids in need, and sports teams raised money for cancer along with other students, and all came together to host the first ever trunk or treat geared towards families in the community. And lastly, a big congratulations to the class of 2025, and also best wishes to the many high school teams who are moving on to the playoffs starting this week. We stand behind all our students, so go Winchester. Is that? Woo. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now for a report from the State of the Town Committee, its Chair, Paras Banyani.
I do, sir. Forward and back, if you need to.
Thank you. Appreciate it. People can hear me clearly? Okay. So I have the unenviable task of trying to summarize the state of the town, which has 25 members on it and 19 distinct work streams in 5 minutes, but I will try my best. And for those who would like more information, I'll have plenty of ways that you can get that at the end. So first, on the state of the town, why are we doing this? And more importantly, or equally importantly, who is doing this? So we're doing well as a town in many ways, but we have more work to do. And as the Finance Committee just pointed out, we do face a structural deficit. At the same time, we need to find additional resources for targeted investments in education, in municipal services in some limited cases, and most importantly, or equally importantly, I would say, in capital. Our goal is to get the town onto good, solid ground proactively. We don't have a crisis today, and we want to put the town in a position to be able to deliver on what our residents want ultimately. I'd point out that the last operating override was in 2019. It was designed to last 3 to 4 years, and it's lasted 7 by the time we vote on the next override, so about double the amount that we had planned, and that's a testament to the conservative financial management of our staff, and we should be proud of that, but now we're in a place where we need to do the planning for where we're going from here. So the Select Board, as all of you know, created the State of the Town at the beginning of the year to really create a comprehensive financial plan for where we're trying to go. And so what we didn't do is just take a look at what our operating and capital needs are and then pick an override number. We designed 6 areas that we're looking into, and you can see them behind me: town and school operating needs, capital needs and asset strategy, where can we find tax revenue beyond the property tax levy, structural costs and efficiencies, tax fairness, which is how do we make sure that we don't have an outsized impact of revenue increase on certain vulnerable populations, and fiscal stewardship. How do we maintain the AAA rating, our operating reserves, and ensure that we're paying down long-term liabilities? I hope this isn't a surprise, but spoiler alert, we do not have a number yet. We are still deep in our planning work, and we would not anticipate having a number until later this year, really in the winter, and then into 2026. So the State of the Town, I think as everyone knows, has been co-chaired by me and Michelle Pryor, our Select Board Chair. But we've really incorporated all of our major financial planning boards or other boards that touch our finances in the work. So we have the entire Select Board, a quorum of the school committee, a number of FinCom members, 3 sort of at the core table, some researchers, capital planning board, 7 general residents, all of whom are members of town meeting, and I see most of them here this evening. And for what we've done is we've broken the State of the Town group up into 2 leads for each work stream that I just went through. And then we have a team of people comprising FinCom, school committee, select board, attacking each area that we're looking into. State of the Town's been meeting every Friday or every other Friday, depending on the month, at Town Hall. You're welcome to attend. You're also welcome to join on Zoom. We have produced hundreds of pages of analysis, over 20 models to date, many more to come, and numerous ideas have already started to leave the State of the Town table and go to either the select board or the school committee for early implementation. So these are the work streams that we're looking at. So 6 broad categories underneath that sort of 19 areas of inquiry. If you would like to hear the update on all 19 of them, you can watch the TMMA updates from this week, which were 1-hour discussions, and they'll give you a walkthrough actually of all 19 of these areas. But given that this is a much more abbreviated presentation, what I'll do is just pick really 5 areas, spread across a few of the work streams that are worth highlighting, and they're actually the largest material drivers of our budget, both operating and capital. So what's analysis and the work that we've done to date? I'll go through the analysis, some early conclusions, and in a couple of cases, some recommendations and some action that's already been taken. So workstream 1 is one of the key areas. We have done a lot of work with our school committee on reviewing the historical budgets, the select board has agreed on a level services assumption that we're using for our modeling, communicated that to the school committee, and they've taken a look at their 5-year needs and plan for literacy, math, and MTSS, or the student supports that Karen Bolognese just described. That top-down visioning and prioritization is the piece that's outstanding, but we've made a lot of progress with the school committee on school resourcing. On the town side, we've similarly made a lot of progress. We don't anticipate as much sort of net new needs. We've done a lot of the major departments, police, fire, DPW, and we don't see any substantial additions required, but there might be some areas where there are some smaller strategic additions that we might need to increase the redundancy and the resiliency of our town hall staff. So a lot of this work is still remains to be done, particularly things like developing operating metrics, but we've started to make some really good progress on town and school operating needs. Similarly, on capital, we have made a lot of progress on designing 8 capital override packages, or they could be exclusions. The select board is still debating that, on how we can fund different parts of what our capital backlog is. All of you are deeply aware of that. Capital planning talks about it, FinCom talks about it, select board talks about it, and we have real needs both at town hall, in multiple school buildings where we need critical systems maintained, McCall, Lincoln, and Ambrose being at the top of that list, and a variety of more regular way needs around sidewalks, roads, equipment, and the like. And so as we come to a conclusion on operating, we'll also be pairing that with what we need from a capital perspective to come up with an overall perspective. One part I didn't intend to highlight, though, I'll just quickly do it, is coordination with CPA. That's a roughly $1.8 to $2 million pot of money. CPA will obviously present on Thursday, but we will have a survey to sort of gauge your view on how much of that can be used against capital. Workstream 3, I'm actually largely going to skip, as deep and great in all of this work has been, from transfer station, solar, new growth, revision of our fine and fee schedules. We will leave that for the TMMA briefings for those who are interested, but a lot of terrific work done there. Workstream 4 is our structural costs and efficiencies. And so we've done some really deep work, particularly in the utilization of our asset base. So there's a number of assets around town, the Mystic School, the Sanborn Garage, people call that the Carriage House sometimes, Parkhurst, DPW land, and there's a lot of things that we can do to really rationalize and think through our asset base. And we want to give a lot of credit to school committee, collaborating with select board, CPC, and FinCom, and starting to move a lot of these ideas forward. So as you heard, there's a fall town meeting article to transfer Mystic back to the select board. There's going to be a spring town meeting article to demolish the Sanborn Garage. There is another fall town meeting article that school committee and planning board are sponsoring together to take a look at where their students and families are, because that really helps to guide 8 and maybe even 9 figures of capacity in terms of what we would spend on facilities. So really important work here to take a look at sort of our physical
Mr.
plan.
Bagnani, do you need an extension?
I do, probably 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I will skip the rest of these, but again, very deep amount of analysis in areas like OPEB cost sharing, regional coordination, maintenance contracts. We have more work to do. Workstream 5, I'll skip as well. Just the high level here, we're looking at various concepts for how we can defray the impact of an override on certain populations. Some of those are going to be here this week in terms of senior and veterans programs. Another one that the select board is looking at is a residential tax exemption. Again, I'll defer that one for later. And the last one is what we call fiscal stewardship. So we need to make sure that as we put in place an operating and capital solution, we think about new ways to raise revenue, we think about our structural costs, we look at tax fairness, we also need to make sure we're stewarding our assets well. This is a town that rightfully has a reputation for being very well managed. As the chairman of the finance committee said, there are 14 AAA Moody's communities in the state. 2 of them are Boston and Cambridge. That leaves 12 out of 349. 2 of them do it with the level of residential share that we have, 95%, which are Winchester and Belmont. And so we should be proud of that. And what we need to do is make sure that we retain that excellent financial management. Select Board has increased its operating reserve policy for the first time in 15 years to 10 to 14% with an interim step. We're also likely bringing a Springtown meeting article to increase the amount of money we move from our short-term savings, which is called free cash, to our long-term savings, which is general stabilization, and potentially generating some more income there. Other areas, we've written our first ever debt policy. We've put in place some great concepts using our commissioners on OPEB trust management, but I'll defer those for another time. So as I've gone through, a lot of work being done. If you want to learn more, watch the TMMA Infocast. That's a 60-minute version of this 7-minute version. Attend a State of the Town meeting. We meet virtually every Friday, sometimes every other, sometimes every Friday. You're always welcome to email me or Michelle Pryor or really anybody else on State of the Town. And if you're really ambitious, we have the entire box publicly available. You can link through it through the town website. If you're having trouble sleeping, feel free to dig into that. There's hundreds of documents there for everyone to read.
Thank you. Now, on behalf of the Board of Library Trustees, its chairperson, Angela McDonough. Did I say that right? Oh, I was way off. I'm sorry.
I don't have anything from you.
Thank you, town meeting. I'm here to give you a very brief update on the library. I'm Angela Murdo, representing the Winchester Public Library Board of Library Trustees. The trustees have always felt fortunate that the library is consistently well supported by our town. Our budgeting maintains the current level of operations and service, which therefore upholds the library's accreditation across the state of Massachusetts. The library continues to be a community center of resources, hosting meetings, lectures, technology lessons, book clubs, crafts, and cooking groups, among other children's and adult programs. The small meeting rooms are nearly constantly booked, especially as people work remotely and want a few hours of quiet space. With a new state-of-the-art projection and sound system, presentations in the bigger meeting room have come to life. Teens have been exploring and using their new space on the second level, and the children's room had new, safer flooring installed just last spring. Other amazing additions that you may not know about yet are a 3D printer and how-to classes to go with it, a giant poster maker, and new products for the Library of Things, including a party box, projectors, Rokus, moisture meters, laser levels, binoculars, quilling kits, and discounted museum passes, all to be borrowed for free with your Winchester Public Library card. The Board of Trustees is also working to make sure the building is up to date. The 1930s era windows and the roof are undergoing replacement and repairs as capital projects funded by the town. Building improvements have also included security camera updates and improving the analog phone system. Keeping the building up to date allows us to keep this vital town resource in top shape for all users. Over the next 6 to 12 months, you will see library outreach asking for feedback as we embark on updating our strategic plan. Keep your eyes open for surveys and other ways to engage with us in the process of thinking ahead and making plans to continually improve the building and the services we offer. Thanks to the strong support from the town government, Friends of the Library, a strong staff and volunteer network, and all of you, the library continues to serve the town well. Thank you for your ongoing support of the library and its mission.
Thank you very much. Now, on behalf of the Climate Action Advisory Board, Chairman Ricky No, sorry.
for these people. Do you know what article it might be?
Should go into Article 1, sent to Mary Ellen last Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't know enough of that. I want to see if we got one. No. I don't have it.
Should we go to the next one and try to sort this out?
Sure. Peter, are you ready? So we're going to go a little bit out of order here. We're going to hear from the Roberts Rules, so-called Roberts Rules Study Committee, and its chair, Peter Haley. It's my honor to recognize a legend of this town meeting, the 10th moderator of Winchester, as well as...
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. My name is Peter Haley. I'm a resident of Wood Lane, and this summer had the privilege of chairing the Roberts Rules of Order Study Committee. We were provided, the members of the committee were Michael Betancourt, Susan DeLeo, the moderator, Mr. Frateroli, Mary Ellen Marshall, our town clerk, Colin Simpson, Jay Tallerman, Heather Von Mering, and myself. I'd especially like to thank Colin Simpson and Heather Von Mering for the exhaustive work they did on the appendix and a further supplemental report to that supports that part of the report. I believe you all have a copy of the report. I won't go through it in minute detail. At the beginning, we met 5 times over the course of the summer. At the beginning of our deliberations, we were provided with a copy of town meeting time and a copy of Robert's Rules of Orders. Like 10th graders with their summer reading assignment, we chose the smaller book. I think it's important to understand about town meeting time that it does not propose to dramatically change or reorient the way in which the meeting works. In large part, it incorporates Robert Rules of Order itself. It just does so in a more convenient and narrative fashion. The other important thing to understand is that with respect to the way in which Robert's Rules of Order and town meeting time work with the public and each of you, I think if you were to come into a town meeting from a community outside of New England with no prior experience with town meetings or no exposure to them, and you were provided a copy of Robert's Rules of Orders, it would tell you nothing about how the town meeting works. It really wouldn't be that helpful. In contrast, town meeting time was written generally by lawyers and counsel who act as outside counsel to town meetings throughout New England, and the reason why it's been adopted by many of our neighboring communities because it provides a narrative explanation of what goes on in town meeting, referencing Robert's Rules and general parliamentary procedures, but doing so in a way which is far more understandable. As a committee, we reviewed town meeting time and Robert's Rules for ease of use by members, use by the moderator, understandability by the public, bylaw compatibility, and board and committee adaptability and use by the town clerk. In each of those specific categories, we found that town meeting time was the more superior mode for conducting the meeting. The other thing is that town meeting time, although it does in large part incorporate elements of parliamentary law and Robert's Rules of Orders, it does, in the communities where it's been put to use, require some supplementary bylaws. And accordingly, in the appendix to our report, we've indicated areas where bylaw supplements would be necessary in order to use town meeting time in this meeting. But overall, I think the committee's view was that town meeting time will be found to be more usable for members of the public and members of this meeting, and the reason why we would recommend that at the appropriate time this meeting adopt town meeting time. That being said, I have 2 last points to make. One is that I think recent history shows us that regardless of what rules of procedure you adopt or what documents or treatises you decide to conduct yourselves by, then none of it's going to make any difference unless you treat each other with kindness, respect, and generosity. We are a generous people. We need to be generous towards each other. And the usability of procedural rules depends on our all acknowledging that we're in this together, and our goal is to be generous towards each other, regardless of our viewpoints on any particular issue. And the last point I would like to make is that I just wanted to thank each of you for being here. While I was at the town meeting, for most of the time, I generally thought it was a fine institution, but I have to confess, on a couple of nights, I began to doubt myself. But since leaving the town meeting, I've really gained a newfound respect and appreciation for what all of you do. I would be remiss if I concluded my remarks tonight without quoting some poetry. In the first line of his poem, Lupin's, Seamus Heaney writes, "They stood, and they stood for something just by standing. All of you, by standing here in the town meeting and being members of the meeting and of various committees, are standing up for something. And that's the thing that will save all of us in the end, that your commitment to being part of a community, governing the community, providing for the payment of employees, teachers, municipal workers, and otherwise supporting the things that we need to do to remain as a community is really important to what we do. I'm deeply appreciative of the efforts all of you make, and I know that my fellow residents of the town as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Four minutes and 57 seconds. Very well done. Thank you, Peter. Now, on behalf of the Climate Action Advisory Board, Rick Eno. Hopefully.
Forward, backwards.
Thanks for sorting that out. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good evening to the Select Board, town meeting members, and residents. I'm Rick Eno, the chair of the Climate Action Advisory Committee. I'd like to provide you with a quick update on our town's progress. 3 topics for you tonight. First of all, an overview of our committee. Second, our progress. And third, what our priorities will be for 2026. The Climate Action Advisory Committee is made up of 9 members appointed by the Select Board, including 1 voting high school representative. Our mission is to help Winchester implement the 2020 Climate Action Plan. We advise the Select Board and work closely with Ken Pruitt, our Sustainability Director. I hope most of you know we do have an approved Climate Action Plan in Winchester. If you haven't read it, I'd suggest you read it. It's a great document. It has 2 primary goals. One is to reduce carbon emissions by 80% by 2050, and to increase our town's resilience for the impact of a changing climate. There are 69 specific actions in the plan across 5 categories. Early this year, our committee took a review of where we stood on this, and we're about 50% of the way through, with 50% of the actions either completed or on track. I think there's a lot of work to go, but I think we can be real proud of our progress. I'd like to highlight some of that progress for you now. First of all, and probably I'd say most important, is the Climate Leader designation for Winchester. This is a state of Massachusetts program. Now, I have to update this slide because at 5:57 p.m., we got the word tonight that Winchester is officially named a Climate Leader for the state of Massachusetts. And this didn't come lightly. This has been a multi-year focused effort by a lot of people. There were 5 major requirements for our town to be named a Climate Leader. We have to have a climate action plan, which we do, a committee like ours responsible for its implementation. We have to adopt the Specialized Energy Code, and thanks to you all here, we did that last year at this town meeting. We have to have a school committee liaison, and we have to have an approved decarbonization roadmap and an electric vehicle plan, both of which were approved by both the school committee and the select board this year. The result is Winchester is now eligible for up to $1 million in grant funding every 3 years for decarbonization efforts. So it's a great accomplishment. Thank you all for contributing to that. And there are other good things going on with regards to our implementation of the plan. In energy, I was surprised to see this, that by 2028, Winchester residents will be sourcing more than 90% of their electricity from carbon-free sources. This is due to Wind Power 100, the Wind Power program, as well as actions the state of Massachusetts is taking. We've heard from Michelle's update, the transfer station has an aerobic digester now to divert food waste from the landfill, and we've had a project led very successfully by some high school students to put a food diversion program in at the high school, which allows that food waste to go to the digester. There are new fast EV chargers at the Jenks Center. As you all know, we've had a successful flood mitigation program. There's been a sustainable landscaping guide and a fire safety education to our residents. All in all, there have been over $3.7 million in climate-related grants and incentives to Winchester over the last 4 years, and the Lynch School benefited by over $3 million in incentives due to its climate footprint. Now, moving on to what are we doing going forward in 26. Most importantly, we're going to begin the implementation of the Climate Leader Program, working with committees in town to make effective use of the grant money as we pursue capital projects in the town. And we're going to start looking at some of the more challenging longer-term issues, such as our green infrastructure, how to adopt more safe, more sustainable transportation, working with other committees, and thinking about hard-to-decarbonize infrastructure, like heavy vehicles and older infrastructure. And we'll be working on that as a committee in the next year. And lastly, we wish to build greater awareness across this entity and our town about the Climate Action Plan. Now, on the right, you'll see the town's new approved sustainability logo. This will be used to highlight and identify sustainability initiatives of the town in line with achieving our Climate Action Plan. It will also offer an easily recognizable way for our residents to gain awareness of these efforts as well as to show support. So you'll be seeing this logo a lot more in 26 and beyond. And just to wrap up, this is our committee, the voting members. We have an extended committee. And if any of you are interested in joining us to participate in this, to contribute to the dialogue, you're always welcome. We meet the second Thursday of every month, and very open, engaging communications in our committee about how to move this town forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The last Article 1 report will be from the Field Management Committee. Michael Crean.
Do you have something?
Yeah, you've got my name on there. That folder, I sent it to Karen, to Mary Ellen. It says Michael Crean under Karen.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That's good.
I didn't catch your name, sorry.
It's all good, don't worry.
Dad, hold advance it forward, now go backwards.
I'm sorry, say again.
Advance forward, you go backwards.
Great, okay, thanks. Mr. Marauder, thank you. Town meeting members, thank you very much. My name's Michael Crean from Field Management Committee. In the spirit of Karen's earlier thoughts, the boys' varsity soccer team won 1-0 in double overtime tonight. Field Management Committee remains committed to continuing Winchester's proud tradition of maintaining state-of-the-art fields, courts, and parks, facilities that our residents of all ages can enjoy and take pride in. We are dedicated to ensuring our playing and recreational spaces remain safe, sustainable, and exceptional for years to come. Our committee overview, the Field Management Committee is composed of 8 voting members and 1 select board liaison. The 4 citizen appointees, co-chairs, myself and Lauren Herman, and Lex DiMatteo and Jason Capodanno. 3 town staff members. We have Bob Lavoisier from DPW, Mark Aria, who's the high school athletic director, and Nick Caciolfi, who is an exceptional recreation director. Karen is our school committee representative, and Anthea Brady is our select board liaison. Field Management Committee oversees policy and permitting for Winchester's playing fields, courts, and park athletic spaces. We conduct annual review of the field use policy, and any proposed changes are submitted to the select board for approval. Field management manages 2 revolving accounts. They're funded through field permitting fees. There's a synthetic turf account and a grass field account. The grass field account also funds work on hard courts and playgrounds. Expenditures from these accounts are governed by town bylaw. The goal of the funds is to offset the overall cost of field maintenance and improvement, support new capital projects for courts, playgrounds, and athletic facilities, and maintain a sustainable funding model that benefits all field users. Recent investments in supported projects. On the left side, we've got from the grass field account, pickleball court engineering, $10,000. Ginfield sod and irrigation project, $70,000. West Side A field backstop and dugout repairs, $14,000. Ginfield lighting project, $50,000. Seasonal portable restrooms, $8,000 to $10,000 annually. Weekly cleaning contracts at McDonald and Ginn bathrooms at $5,000 a year. Leonard tennis court restoration, which is $11,000, and annual slice seating throughout town, courtesy of Bob and the DPW, at $10,000. On the synthetic turf side, on the right, we've got biannual deep cleaning, sanitizing of the turf spaces, $9,500 a year. Turf repairs on the turf at Knowlton and Charcher Fields. Contributions toward Knowlton turf replacement, which currently is at $50,000. Knowlton Stadium scoreboard upgrade recently for $5,000. Seasonal field lining, $8,000. And new safety netting at Knowlton, $12,700. The growth in fiscal health. In 2020, the account balances were minimal. The grass fields were at $5,000. The synthetic turf was at $9,000. Through diligent oversight, increased field utilization, and effective permitting, these accounts have grown substantially. The grass field account is currently at $132,000. The synthetic turf account now stands at $231,000. This growth reflects a stronger, more sustainable model for maintaining and reinvesting in our public recreational infrastructure. Long-term goals and planning for the grass field account: continue to reinvest in field and court improvements to maintain top quality athletic and recreational space. In the synthetic turf account, focus on preventive and maintenance to extend turf life while reserving funds for future turf replacement and new build projects. Future planning includes the next major turf replacement, which is Charcher Field, anticipated to be around 2030, with FMC well positioned to contribute significant funding to that project. Community collaboration and future vision. FMC works directly to support communities' growing demand for accessible, high-quality recreational space. We work closely with Recreation, School, and DPW to align priorities and leverage every dollar toward improving facilities town-wide. FMC fully reviews and supports the Recreation Department and other community groups in the Community Preservation Act funding requests that enhance Winchester's parks, playgrounds, and athletic infrastructure. Winchester's fields, courts, and playgrounds are not just places to play. They're community spaces that bring people together. The FMC will continue to champion smart investments, innovative upgrades, and a long-term vision that keeps Winchester's recreational assets among the best in the region. Finally, Field Management Committee has open meetings. We take requests, suggestions, and funding requests that fall within the guidelines of the synthetic turf and grass field bylaws. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our reports. It is moved and seconded that the reports of town officials, boards, committees, and commissions be received and filed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. In accordance with our bylaws, we will now break to conduct precinct meetings. Each precinct has been assigned a meeting room, and those will be posted outside. The Girl Scouts are also present, so please stop by for refreshment. Fall town meeting will now be in recess until 8:40.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Alan Iden, and welcome to WinCam's coverage of the first session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting. As you probably just heard, Town Meeting is in recess at the moment, so let's recap what we've seen so far in the first hour of Fall Town Meeting. Moderator is Philip Frateroli for his second round of as a moderator. He came in the spring. We had a Girl Scout ceremony, as traditional, for the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance. There were several people that were mentioned in memory of people who have significant community people who have passed since the spring town meeting. Mike Allen, a crossing guard, very popular crossing guard in town. William Garussi, a town meeting member. Tom Svigny, who was a member of the Rotary and significant contributor to the Winchester Historical Society and the Sanborn House, and Bob Newtile, who was extensive, actually has the field in the West Side named after him, fierce advocate for baseball and athletics in the town. All those passed since the spring town meeting. The consent agenda was voted on next. Those are, if you have your warrant, it's Articles 3, 7, 11 through 14, and 22 through 25. Those were voted all as a group, and again, consent agenda means there was no anticipated debate on them, and there was no town meeting members. 5 town meeting members can raise an objection. None did, so those went through. And then we came on to Article 1, which has run for the past hour, which is the report of the different town officials. We heard first from Select Board, Chair Michelle Pryor. She talked about the town manager search committee, as we have a acting town manager at the present time. The capital needs of the town. This town meeting will vote on the first use of Community Preservation Act funds. Talked about the repairs to the Morocco School, lighting to Ginn Field, the repair of the Shore Road Bridge, and she said that $1.6 million in grants had been received, and also talked about procedure improvements at the transfer station. And Theda Brady, also from the Select Board, talked about the move to establish a Human Rights Commission in the town to look into human rights violations. She said all surrounding towns have them. The membership and the tasks assigned to that committee will come before spring town meeting. The Finance Committee chair said there is 200 years of financial experience on that committee. Commented that 95% of the town's operating funds come from residential property taxes, which is a challenge. The fixed and variable costs for the town are rising. However, he said the free cash is adequate and it keeps the town's AAA bond rating. There is a deficit of $3 to $5 million anticipated for the next fiscal year, and he said that inflation continues to outpace revenue growth. School committee chair said the school committee had meetings over the summer to refine their visions. She said safety and security is a priority. Talk about plans to improve literacy. Talked about collective bargaining agreements, some settled and some still coming up. Plans are moving forward to apply for funds to rebuild the Morocco school. She talked about elementary school playground improvements, a new cafeteria, library, and paint at the Morocco, and said just in time for the volleyball tournaments, the gym, Winchester High School gym floor, the new floor is in place, and of course the town's very proud of its new Lynch Elementary School that opened in September. We heard from the State of the Town Committee that they're looking into new resources for revenue for the town. Want to put the town on a solid financial footing ahead of any crises. The need to create comprehensive plans and to find resources beyond real estate taxes. There are members on the committee from various boards. They've produced hundreds of pages of work so far, we've heard. They meet almost every Friday, and the public is invited. Some areas they're looking at is the school committee needs for the next 5 years. Our municipal needs are generally good but need to be tweaked. Capital needs coming up for the town, to coordinate efforts with the Community Preservation Act, CPA, the utilization of the capital base, like Mystic School, which we hear later on is being proposed to be transferred from the school committee to the town for possible reuse, and reduce the impact of the override that is probably coming up in the spring on the vulnerable populations. We heard from the library to the chair of the library trustees, said the library is well supported by the town, maintains accreditation, and mentioned some of the assets available to borrow from the library at no charge, and new security cameras that have been installed. We heard from the chair of the Climate Action Advisory Board. 9 members of that are implementing the 2020 Climate Action Plan to reduce carbon emissions and improve climate change resiliency, such as flooding. The town has been named a climate leader by the state, and that just happened just before 6 o'clock tonight. That does make the town eligible for up to $1 million in grants over the next 3 years. They talked about the new digesters at the transfer station for composting food waste, and their goal is to increase the awareness of the climate action goals, and also showed off the new logo for the committee. Robert's Rules Committee, we heard from former moderator Peter Haley. This is a proposal to move the rules of town meeting from Robert's Rules to a program called Town Meeting Time, which has been incorporated by many towns here. We heard that Town Meeting Time was written by lawyers who were experienced in New England town meetings. The comment was that somebody coming in from outside New England and looking at Robert's Rules would have very little understanding of how town meeting works. Some bylaw changes will be needed, but Mr. Haley also said we need to town meeting members need to treat each other with respect all the time. Make my spelling corrections here. And finally, we heard from the Field Management Committee. Their job is to maintain advisory capacity, maintain the state of the athletic fields, to suggest and monitor rules and regulations, possible changes to those, and said they advise on 2 funds. One is for the artificial and the other is for the natural turf fields. So that concluded the reports of the town committees. Town meeting is in recess right now. Some of the precincts have to go and vote on leadership or appointments. So we'll be back with more coverage of the Winchester's first fall 2025 town meeting when it resumes in just a few minutes. And I'll be back with a summary of the entire session at the conclusion. We invite you to stay tuned.
Yep. The members will take their seats and the meeting will come to order.
I believe you're going to be first, Brian. Oh. We'll find out. Maybe we get lucky.
Welcome back. It is my honor to swear in the newly elected members from the various precincts. Will they all stand, please?
Wait, Mary Ellen, do you need that oath?
I got it. I got it.
Or if Phil's got it.
Do we have all our new town meeting members? Okay. Please repeat after me. I state your name. You got to do it really loud because there's less of you. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties of the office to which I have been elected in accordance with the laws of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and the Charter and the bylaws of the town of Winchester. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Yes. Yes. We checked in when you signed the sheets. We're going to go by that, and then on Article 4, I'm planning to ask for a clicker vote, just to make sure that we still have a quorum coming back.
That was my fault.
But thank you. Many thanks to our 8 precinct chairs and 8 precinct clerks for efficiently and fairly running those meetings and elections. We will now proceed to Article 2. Article 2 is to see if the town will hear and act on the report of the planning board and place the report on file to take any other action in relation thereto. On their behalf, their chair, Brian Vernalio.
Do I need to do anything? Oh, okay.
Hold on a second. I don't think Precinct 5 is back yet.
Okay.
They can be forgiven. They had 4 openings. You should have music. What? Yeah. For any parents in the room, we were able to ascertain why our children are not going to school tomorrow. There is a PTO day for the teachers, and it's coordinated with the teachers in other towns as well. So even though there's not an election in Winchester, that's why we're in charge of the kids tomorrow. Michael? This will come up later, but I do want to remark upon the amazing success of our fall teams this year. It's the football team's undefeated, the soccer team's undefeated, volleyball team is undefeated, all Middlesex League champions. Football hasn't been decided yet. Field hockey, who did I miss? There's just field hockey, and they're playing in the tournament tomorrow. So good job for whoever takes credit for that. I think Karen, maybe Tim. Maybe the parents who paid for all those lessons and equipment.
Precinct 5 is still in the.
I mean, there's like nothing controversial in your report, so do you want to start? What does the meeting think? We good? Okay, let's start. Go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Perfect. Thank you, and good evening. My name is Brian Vernalia, and I'd like to update you on the activities of your Winchester Planning Board. Promise to be efficient with your time as I tell you about our activities over the past 6 months and where we are headed over the next 6 months and beyond. As always, I want to start by thanking the people who made everything I'm about to discuss possible. I'd like to start by thanking my amazing fellow board members, our Vice Chair, John Cortizis, our Clerk, Jacques Leménager, and our veteran members, Carrie Layton and Nick Rosettos. I think we have the best board in town, with everyone carrying their share of the load. Everyone having strengths in different areas, and I learned so much from them. I'd also like to take it a step further and add that we have the best staff in town as well. Planner Taylor Hammond and Assistant Planner Ian Sexton have helped us shepherd us through major bylaw changes, and now are doing heavy lifting guiding us through bi-weekly public hearings. Thank you to both of them. I'd also like to welcome Lori Ferroli, our new to us administrator. And lastly, I'd like to thank the recently retired Suzanne Gill for her many years of service to Winchester. When I presented to you all in the spring, I used this slide of an iceberg, what you town meetings see versus what we, the planning board, do. To be quite succinct, we have spent the last 6 months primarily working below the waterline, so to speak, swimming through the intricacies of not one, but 2 sizable developments. The first is located in the Main Street Mixed-Use District, and the second in the down in the Center Business District. I'd like to tell you a bit about these projects and where they stand. 972 Main Street represents the first submission in our newly established MSMD, passed just a year ago at town meeting, located at the site of the former Meineke Muffler. This development will bring 13 condos, 1 being affordable, to be added to our subsidized housing inventory, ground floor commercial space, passive construction, and 19 parking spaces. Along with that will be improvements on the streetscape with new sidewalks, new street trees, and hopefully a rebirth of what is now a decayed structure. I'm thrilled to say that at our last meeting we approved both the special permit and the site plan review for this project. This represents less than a year from the zoning bylaw change that you approved. This is what we hoped when we asked for you to rezone Main Street, and we're excited to see this project. The other project we have spent substantial amount of time on reviewing is that of 33 Mount Vernon, nay 10 Converse Place. Located in the Center Business District in the East Core, PUD3, the proposal is for a 6-story structure with 34 residential units, 3 affordable at 80% of the area median income and 2 at 120% of the area median income, 2 commercial spaces, and 34 below-grade parking spaces. Review of this project is still ongoing, so I'll avoid editorializing beyond the facts, but come to the select board room tomorrow night and you can hear more about this great project. We still have 2 other articles which we are sponsoring or co-sponsoring at this town meeting. The first, Article 4, is a small revision to the inclusionary, aka affordable, housing requirements in the MBTA 3A zoning to bring it into line with the MSMD and the CBD. And I won't belabor the point because I'll be back here in probably less than 5 minutes to walk you through that. The second, Article 34, is an article we are co-sponsoring with the school committee. Well, I should say technically we were too late to be formal co-sponsors, but we did vote to do so, so I think that should count for something. This article is to enhance our geographic information system capabilities. This is the tool that the planning board and the department have access to, but is grossly underutilized by us, and we hope to use to guide zoning studies, as you would rightfully expect that we would. Again, more to come on night 2 or night 3, depending on how efficient we are. As far as what we'll be doing over the next 6 months and beyond, well, quite frankly, we expect to continue reviewing projects as there are several in the pipeline, but none that have made formal submissions to date, so stay tuned. Winchester Center and North Main Street are open for development. Sorry, the pages are sticking. Beyond that, we heard loud and clear from you all that site plan review was perceived as overly onerous. With that in mind, we will soon kick off a study to thoroughly review the zoning bylaw as it relates to site plan review. Depending on the results, we anticipate to have bylaw revisions in future warrants. Stay tuned, we are really at the very beginning of this process. Longer term, we as a board spent some time prioritizing what we want to accomplish in the mid and long term. As mentioned in the previous slide, a review of site plan review ranked highly, and we're kicking that off. Other priorities include reviewing and revising special permits and variances as they relate to pre-existing non-conforming structures, specifically zoning bylaw section 3.5. Working to find ways to identify and protect at-risk historic structures like the Adams family house here, because I didn't want to point out any one in particular in Winchester, and looking at encouraging passive building. And of course, the master plan is just around the corner. More to come. So with that, I hope I was efficient with your time. I'd like to thank you for your attention. You can email us at planningboard@winchester.us. You can watch our meetings live on WinCam. Thank you, WinCam. And if any of this interests you, please consider running for the planning board. There are often seats open. And with that, I'll see you back in probably a minute. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you. All those in, it is moved and seconded that the town approve Article 2 as printed in the warrant. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Article 3 is part of our consent agenda, so we'll move to Article 4. Article 4 is brought by the Planning Board to see if the town will vote to amend the zoning bylaw of the town of Winchester, Section 8.11.8, subsection 2 and 3, to alter the affordability requirements within the MWTA overlay district. As we turn to Article 4 on page 4, I want to make everyone aware of a Scribner's error on page 5 of the motion book, the section that reads, developments with 10, 6 or more should have the word and number 10 with a strike through it. We've also had confirmation that the quantum for this vote is majority. On behalf of the Planning Board, its Chairman, Brian Vernalia.
Thank you very much, and here we go again. I'm back for Article 4. Article 4 fulfills a commitment we made over a year ago. When town meeting passed MBTA 3A Overlay District, or MOD, in spring of 2020 to satisfy MBTA, we knew at the time we couldn't match the affordability requirements called for elsewhere downtown. But we said we'd come back and correct this if we could. The state requires towns to perform an economic feasibility analysis to require affordable housing under MBTA 3A to prove that it isn't overly burdensome for developers. During the submission of our bylaw last year, we performed such analysis. However, as performed at the time, it only allowed us to require affordable units just shy of what we have in other downtown areas. But we believed that matching what we have elsewhere was still possible if we did some revisions. We've now done the revised economic feasibility analysis, and we are ready to make this very small amendment. Just a reminder, as I said in the spring, we love acronyms on the planning board. The MOD, or MOD, what we're looking at tonight, is for the MBTA 3A Overlay District. The MSMD is for the Main Street Mixed Use District, where we just approved 972 Main Street. And the CBD is short for the Center Business District, where we are still reviewing 33 Mount Vernon, as I mentioned. As a further reminder, applicants can choose to apply under the MOD for MBTA 3A or the underlying zoning as they see fit. So what's required for inclusionary housing within the MSMD or the CBD? In short, 10% of the units must be affordable at the 80% area median income level, or AMI, And this starts when developments are at least 6 units or more. There's a second requirement to have 5% of the units to be affordable at 120% of AMI level when developers exceed 25 units. We refer to these as workforce units. What's important here, and you'll see a comparison to what's in the MOD shortly, is how we round. In both the MSMD and the CBD, we round up when we hit a half of unit affordable. So what's required in the mod as it was passed last year? It's exactly the same, except that we round down for all fractional units. As a result, we start at 10 units instead of 6. Our goal is, and always has been, for the mod requirements to match those of the underlying zoning. So why does this matter? If, for example, a development has 9 units in the MSMD and the CBD, that would mean we would have 0.9 units, which rounds to 1 affordable unit. In the MOD, that same development would have 0 units. Or take a larger 35-unit development. In the MSMD and CBD, we would have 33.5 rounding up to 4 affordable units. And we would have 1.75 rounding up to 2 workforce units. That same development in the MOD would have 3 and 1 respectively. In total, that would be 4 instead of 6 affordable/workforce units. So again, why does this matter? The MOD is located in parts of the town center and extends up Main Street and down Lake Street. The MOD overlaps with the MSMD in the green oval and the CBD in the red oval, primarily along Main Street. Remember that developers can choose between the MOD or the underlying zoning. This means there's a substantial incentive to select the MOD and potentially avoid an affordable unit or 2 and avoid ground floor commercial because, simply put, they can make more money on the market rate units. Depending on the size of the development, under the current zoning, we might see the same number of affordable units, but for some development sizes, we lose 1 or even 2 units of affordable or workforce units. So how did we get to this bylaw change? As I said, we noted this shortcoming at Spring 24 town meeting during the mod adoption. I came back to you in fall and requested funding for a new EFA. We commissioned that in the spring of 2025, which was under budget, by the way, and we reverted half of the $15,000 we requested from you. We provided a status update at Spring 25 town meeting during our town report, but alas, we were not ready for the bylaw change at that time. The Planning Board hosted 2 public hearings in the summer and fall of 25. We then subsequently submitted the warrant article for where we are here. Subsequently, we presented to the Affordable Housing Trust, the Housing Partnership Board, and Select Board. All these bodies can speak for themselves, but they've been supportive. So this is hard to read, but this is actually, these are the proposed modifications in red and red strike through. And as you can see, they're brief. We're simply proposing to reduce from 10 to 6 where we start. And we are proposing to change the rounding method, as I mentioned. As a result, the inclusionary housing requirements in the MOD, MSMD, and the CBD would all be the same as they were always intended to be. These modifications have been pre-approved by the Executive Office for Housing and Livable Communities, or EOHLC, and by the Attorney General's Office, meaning if passed, we would remain in continuous compliance with MBTA 3A. We just need your approval, town meeting approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation from the Select Board?
So unlike some of you, I didn't major in math in college, but I can do rounding. And Select Board, Mr. Vernaglia liked to remind us that he came to Select Board for funding for this study, and we sent him to the Finance Committee, who then sent him back to us, who then sent him to town meeting, where they got the work done. So how could we not support this after putting him through that many hoops? Select Board voted 5-0 favorable action. Any chance to actually retain more affordable housing and disincentivize people from building less, we're in favor of. So favorable action 5-0.
Thank you. Do we have a recommendation from the Housing Partnership Board? Their chairman, Mr. John Shabir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. I'm John Serbier. I chair the Housing Partnership Board on that. As a reminder for both new members and longer-term members, the Housing Partnership Board was established by town meeting to advise the members of town meeting as well as other town boards on housing-related issues, especially regarding housing that would serve moderate-income households and persons living in Winchester who would like to live in Winchester. The Housing Partnership Board unanimously supports approval of the Planning Board's proposed 2 small but very important amendments to the previously approved MBTA community zoning. As Brian Vernaglia said, the original intent of the Planning Board when they undertook the development of the MBTA zoning at the very start of their work was to have an inclusionary housing provision that was identical to that contained in the Central Business District and that subsequently has been adopted for North Main Street. 3 factors, though, arose as they were completing their preparation for town meeting that prevented this from happening. The result is that it became necessary for the Planning Board, for reasons really outside their control, to increase the applicability threshold from 6 to 10 units and to change the method of rounding to always rounding down. As Brian Vernaglia demonstrated in his slides, this results in a smaller number of income-restricted housing units being provided. At the time, the Planning Board stated that it was their intent to undertake the work necessary to submit an amendment that would return these procedures to the thresholds of 6 units and the use of conventional rounding. These are the 2 changes that you are seeing this evening. Since a threshold of 6 units and the use of conventional rounding have proven to be both feasible for developers to implement and are widely viewed as throughout Eastern Massachusetts as representing good practice, the Housing Partnership Board strongly supports your approval of Article 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a recommendation from the Affordable Housing Trust? Michael Betancourt.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting. The Affordable Housing Trust unanimously recommends favorable action here and really wants to extend our thanks to the Planning Board for doing such great work here. I think you see what Brian had explained there is very complicated. It took a lot of time to really get to the nitty-gritty of this, which ultimately, as we have committed to pursuing our 10% subsidized housing inventory, every single unit matters. And we have historically seen where we haven't had this legislation in place, where the market will have developers switch from a 10-unit project that would require them to have a unit to a 9-unit project with just larger units to avoid that, because that's where the money is, right? So it's important for us to have our legislation reflect our objectives with our housing production plan and with the master plan 2030. So we recommend favorable action. Thank you.
Thank you. Now the floor is open for town meeting members who want to be heard on this article. Please state your name and precinct.
Josh Bears, Precinct 7. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to the proponents, just a question about why choosing 6 instead of 5. With 5, I mean, if my math is right, you'd still round up at 5, so I'm just wondering if there's another reason not to choose 5.
Mr. Vernaglia.
So that's a good question that I don't have a good answer to, other than historically, that's what we were trying to match what we had. I don't know if anybody else at town meeting, I was not around when we were voting that a long time ago. So what we were not trying to exceed what we have in the Main Street Mixed Use District or the Center Business District. We were trying to match it. So that was our target, is just to match it. So I don't know that I have an answer of historical why we started at 5, at 6 instead of 5. But so I don't know if that answers your question. I don't know why we did it originally. I know why we were doing it now. So
I think Mr. Shabir has an answer.
If you
The inclusionary housing for the Central Business District was developed in consultation or with work from Edith Netter, who was a lawyer who had drafted similar bylaws in other towns. And we looked at every single number imaginable, 5, 6, 10, 14 in there. The only problem with dropping to 5, and we settled on 6, and looking at the experience of other communities, they tend to use 6. Once you drop down to 5 or 4, it becomes harder financially to justify the affordable unit. And so 6 was viewed as, at that time, and continues to be viewed as a reasonable starting number. I've discussed that with staff of the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. There was a webinar this summer that had 6 or 7 communities presenting their affordable housing bylaws and other inclusionary zoning bylaws. And I think all of them used 6. No one used 5. So that kind of represents what I said is good practice.
Thank you. Yeah, if we're trying to maximize affordable, it seems like going to 5 helps because you get one more unit than you would at the 6. That's my
then it becomes harder for the developer, though.
Okay, thank you. On the left, please state your name and precinct.
Mr. Moderator, Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6, through you to the proponent. I just have a question. Can you explain what the difference is, since the MOD now matches MSMD in terms of affordable housing? What is the essential difference? Is it that under MSMD you can also have commercial space?
Mr. Venaglia?
So there are many differences. I think primarily the Main Street mixed-use district is for mixed use. So you can do mixed use either by right or with a special permit, whereas with MBTA 3A or the MOD, it's residential by right. We can't require mixed use. So if somebody wanted to use the MOD, they could choose to not have commercial. There are numerous other differences as far as floor area ratio, setbacks, but I think sort of big picture, I think that's exactly right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, I have the sense that the meeting is ready for the question. It is moved and seconded that the town approve Article 4 as written in the warrant. I'd like to use our clickers on this. We're going to confirm that we have a quorum and that all the new members have working clickers. So all those in favor, please, or we're going to open it up. Sorry. We're going to open it up, and you can start to vote now. Good news is we have over 100. It's on left. think we have to retake the vote. So we're going to open it up for another 30 seconds. Did you have? With 154 in the affirmative and in the negative, the motion passes. Yep, or I can just give you the piece of paper. That brings us to Article 5. Article 5 is brought by the Rangeley Ridge Heritage District Committee to add a property located at 2A Rangeley Ridge to the Rangeley Park Heritage District. On behalf of the Rangeley Park Heritage District Committee, its chairperson, Jill C.R.
Do you know who would have sent that?
I sent my slides to Taylor.
Oh, from Taylor? Because I thought I saw something. Is it that one here? Okay. Article 5.
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Mary Ellen, I have it.
You
It
have
was
it now.
from Taylor. I didn't recognize the lady.
That's okay. Yep. He just resent it.
Do we have the names? Or is that?
I'm sorry?
Do I have it here?
You can, yep. You can go forward there if you want.
We'll check back on this when the names appear.
One as well, that would go forward back. I don't have it on it. but
That's right. I'll just use it.
Most people get.
How's the bingo card looking? Did we have that on there? Page 2, maybe?
Is this going to show up there?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just like that, magic.
Hello, everyone. This is going to be rather quick. I'm Jill Chiara. I am the chair of the Rangeley Park Heritage District within the Rangeley neighborhood that is kind of tucked behind Church Street and Central Street. Perhaps a lot of you have walked through it at one point. I wanted to take just a few minutes this evening to provide you with a brief overview of this Winchester district. In the article, there's a motion to approve adding a home into the district that is within our 52 homes within the Rangeley Association. Some of you may recognize some of these photos. They're from the late 1800s, and it's of Rangeley Park, what the Rangeley Association used to be called. And much of this still exists today. Many of these homes and several of the pillars at the entrances of our neighborhood still exist. And in fact, an 1880 issue of the Woburn Journal remarks how Rangeley Place is beautiful for a walk or a drive. And if you think about a drive in 1880, that was a carriage ride. So it was a very beautiful place to relax. And this is what our neighborhood looks like today. It's still a beautiful part of our town. There isn't a day that passes when a neighbor, fellow Winchester resident, or even an Uber or delivery driver doesn't remark on its uniqueness. And so we formed the Heritage District to preserve and, with the intention to preserve and protect the defining features of the homes and the overall Rangeley neighborhood. Our district ensures changes are consistent with the character of the existing home. There are 19 of the 52 households in our association that are part of this historical district. And here's an example of a house that elected to be a part of the district. And it's a before and after, so if you want to make changes to your home, you come to the commission and we approve, we support the changes, and we approve them with, as long as they comply with the original characteristics of the home. And this was a very swift movement that we supported for one of our district homes. There may be other areas within Winchester that may want to form similar districts. We have bylaws. We're happy to share and just the process overall in general. But I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on Article 5.
Thank you very much. Are there any boards and committees that want to be heard on this? Any town meeting members who want to be heard?
I can speak from here. What is the process for delisting from?
That's a very good question. I think once you're in the district, even if your home is sold, it still is in the district. So it's an important choice to make. I will say that several of the 19 homes in the district have been sold within the last year, and they have garnered a premium price for those homes. Nothing undervalued, I should say.
Any other questions from town meeting members? All right, I'm getting the sense that the meeting is ready for question. It is moved and seconded that the town vote to add a property located at 2A Rangeley Ridge to the Rangeley Park Heritage District as shown on the map titled Rangeley Park Heritage District Map Proposed Addition and printed in the warrant. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay. The motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That brings us to Article 6. Article 6 is to hear the reports of the Capital Planning Committee. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, its chair, Roger McPeak.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, some of you may be going, what's up with this? This came out of the State of the Town Working Group. And he's looking at me. But we were discussing the capital problem that we have, and our chair of FinCom described it as unsexy but unavoidable. So I don't know why he's calling the things that we do unsexy. I mean, because, for instance, Stephanie's going to step up here in a minute and talk about 2 AC units that we have to replace at Lincoln, and then Brian's going to go on with Capital Palooza and try and do 18 motions in the remaining time. And then Jerry's going to stand up and talk about infiltration and inflow into the sewer system on the east side. I mean, and I get to stand up and talk about a great big valve buried in the ground. Now, how good does that get? Now, when we get done presenting, you may question whether or not it's sexy or not sexy, but you will not have any doubts that it's work that is unavoidable and that we do need to do it. So that's where that's coming from. What I want to talk to you about are three things this evening. What's old and undone? Our number one building priority in the town is Town Hall. It's been 35 years since any major renovation has gone on. We have a major problem that we're keeping the HVAC system on life support. You voted $500,000 just.
Excuse me, Mr. McPee, can you just speak closer to the microphone?
We voted $500,000 just to keep it on life support. We're at about $8.5 million to completely replace it. We have $2.6 million worth of window work that we need to do. We have bathrooms that need to be renovated. There's ADA work throughout that needs to be done. And there's just finishes. If you go in, you'll see carpet rolled over carpet in places where things have deteriorated. It's a big problem. It's our number one priority from the building standpoint. And we can't do it. Hopefully we'll come up with something out of the state of the town. The other thing is Lincoln Flat Work that's been around for a while. What is Lincoln Flat Work? It's all the concrete pads and things like that around the school that have deteriorated. It's the walkways, it's the handrails going up on stairways, it's things like that. Not done. It was in general agreement that we needed to do the AC work at Lincoln as our number one priority. Everett Avenue culvert, we deferred that the last time because we weren't complete on the engineering work. We are complete on the engineering work, but as we went through that, we were getting concerns raised by the residents in that area about major roadway flooding during major rain events. So it was decided that we would defer that, and we'll take a look at that, and you will most likely see us come and ask for funding in the spring to do a hydrologic study in that area. What's new? This time around, you will see some co-funded projects with the WCCP and using CPA funds in two areas. As the college development folks say to me when they call me looking for more money, we had hoped for a higher level of participation this time around. We're going to work hard on that and work hard on cooperating, coordinating, and getting more things done for the town, but this is a good first step, and they spend a fair amount of time getting their feet under them and getting going, so I think that was a little bit to be expected. You're going to see in some of the motions, you're going to see closeouts that are referenced in the motions. These are funds that were still did in the usual fashion, closeouts for funds that had come out of the stabilization funds and they went straight back into the stabilization funds. These are funds that are coming from other projects. Management and the comptroller really scrubbed the books looking for account closeouts that they could apply. Most of these things are free cash projects that came along. Those are going to be referenced in the motions. Don't be alarmed. It's just a way to do it efficiently. We are also pulling roads and sidewalks forward into this meeting, which traditionally has occurred in Springtown meeting. The reason on that is fairly simple. We're trying to get DPW a couple of extra months so that they can tear up the roads in the summer in a more organized fashion. We're also asking for $300,000 in free cash. We ran into problems on the Shore Ave culvert after we opened up and had to utilize Chapter 90 money to complete that project while we were in the middle of it in between town meetings. So we're asking for some extra free cash there. Sims Corner. We're doing something here that we don't like to do, but I'll explain fairly quickly. It's going to be a big project. It's going to be in the neighborhood of $5 to $7 million of construction money. We do not have that money. We're asking you for $300,000 now to get to 25% design, and then we'll be asked for $300,000 again later to get to full design because we have a commitment from the state, we have it in a letter, that if we do the design and permitting of that area, they will fund construction. So, what's ahead of us? Well, unfortunately, we crossed the $100 million mark in 5-year projections on capital projects. Now, there are things in there that we are clearly not going to undertake without outside help. There's $20 million plus worth of work that came along as a result of the study, the downtown study between the Rotary and Main Street. We may choose and may be able to pick up something here or there, a part of it, but in order to get that work done, we'd really have to be looking for outside funding of some fashion. Now,
So the number is lower than the $100 million because we're not going to have to come up with that. We couldn't come up with that. But the thing that's not in there is the thing that happens every time that we go through this is sometimes something just breaks, and we can't predict that, and other things are going to come along that aren't in that number. So it's still going to be a big number, and given that the two funds generate about $7 million a year, $35 million over 5 years, there's a big gap between where we are with what our asks are and what our funding level is. We have $2.5 million worth of fire equipment coming due over the next 2 years. Now, last year we set aside $500,000. We're putting aside another $500,000, so we're walking into that next year with $1 million in our back pocket to start on that. But that's really going to put a strain on the capital stabilization fund in the next 2 years. And since this type of equipment is now running 12 to 24-month lead time after you order, pardon the pun, but the pun is intended, we don't want to play with fire. We want to get those orders in so that we start working down that lead time. As you've heard, the school committee, the select board, and capital have all voted to support the demolition of the carriage house. The historic commission has invoked the bylaw, the delay bylaw, but we will be coming forward in the spring looking to get funds from you to support that demolition sometime over next summer. And finally, the state of the town, Paras had spoken about that quite a bit. We are really hoping that we can come out of that with some additional funds to support what's going to go on with these in the capital problems that we have. And thank you.
Thank you. It is moved and seconded that the Capital Planning Committee report for FY 2027 be received and filed. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. The motion carries. Article 7 is a part of the consent agenda. That brings us to Article 8. To see if the town will vote to appropriate or transfer sums of money for capital projects. On behalf of the Capital Planning Committee, Stephanie Menardi.
You can use the arrows to go forward and back if you wish. Or if you want to use the print notes, you can. It's up to you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you to town meeting members, good evening. My name is Stephanie Menardi. I'm speaking tonight both as a member of the School Committee and the Capital Planning Committee. I am presenting Article 8, Motion 1 for the completion of the plans and specifications for the chiller replacement project at Lincoln Elementary School. It is recommended the system be replaced with a new air source heat pump and HVAC unit. Both units will be installed on the roof. The article proposes $2.15 million from the Building Stabilization Fund, the estimated $2.2 million project, with $50,000 in CPA funds being recommended to town meeting in Article 28, Motion 2. Thank you, WCCP. What is a chiller? I actually had a cute little meme with Arnold Schwarzenegger as Mr. Freeze saying, "Everybody chill," but that's not a chiller. A chiller is a large component in Lincoln's HVAC system that maintains comfortable temperatures in our classrooms. The 24-year-old chiller and rooftop HVAC unit have both failed. Given the age of the equipment, the availability of parts, and the environmental concerns, the entire system needs a complete replacement. Both the School Committee and the Capital Planning Committee reviewed this request carefully and voted to recommend favorable action. This project has been fully vetted through our capital process and has been awarded the official CPC seal of approval. We're going to be making this joke all night, guys. In addition, this project, oh yes, I already said that. Lincoln is a historic building that services our community year-round. In addition to being one of our 5 elementary schools, it houses our central office and runs a series of summer camps and other educational programs that service hundreds of Winchester children every day in all 4 seasons. The existing core and chiller HVAC system at Lincoln are well past their service life, and the system is now a disruption to school operations. It is important to note this is not an expansion project. It is a critical infrastructure replacement that ensures the continued use of a building central to our educational mission and our town's identity. Thank you.
Thank you. Now for the bold is beautiful section of the motion. Brian Vernal.
Yeah. Article. Yeah, the minions are bald. It's true. I hadn't even thought about that. Good evening. I'm back, but now on behalf of Capital Planning Committee. See, I've got my pin too. You just heard Stephanie talk about a $2 million plus project. I'm here to speak up for the other 18 motions, or the little guys. Each is relatively small in dollar value, but mighty together. I'm going to present these slightly out of order by primary funding source, which also correlates with voting threshold. So bear with me. I'm going to start with the Capital Stabilization Fund. Motion 2 is for removal of underground fuel tanks at Winchester's Public Library and the Public Safety Building. This is $100,000, $85,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund, and the remainder from various closeouts, as Roger mentioned. The oil tanks are now obsolete as both the buildings operate on natural gas and are therefore required to be removed per code. The funding request includes professional services, tank cleaning, removal, disposal, removal of internal piping, and site restoration. Motion 3 is for repairs to Ambrose School pedestrian walkway. That's $50,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. I should say the pictures are just for some things that are going to be on the slide, so if you're looking for underground fuel tanks here, you won't find them yet. That's $50,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. The deteriorated concrete pavers along the main entrance sidewalk at the Ambrose Elementary School need replacing. The pavers are crumbling and are trip hazards. The pavers will be replaced with pour-in-place concrete. Motion 4 is for the Sims Corner traffic calming. That's $300,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. As you heard, this is preliminary design for improvements to the Sims Corner Rotary, and we'll be asking for an additional $300,000 in design work in the future. However, as you also heard, the state expects to receive a State Transportation Improvement Program, or TIP grant, to fully fund the construction, likely in the 7 figures. Once design is complete, the intersection is a high priority. Once the design is complete, the intersection is a high priority in the town's transportation plan, in part due to its high crash history and public complaints. Motion 5 is for Kenwin Road traffic calming improvements. That's $150,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. The improvements include the installation of 3 chicanes. This is where you now get a picture of what they are, along the street to reduce traffic speeds, the installation of a new crosswalk and a new rapid flashing beacon across Highland Ave. Test chicanes are in place now and have already shown a reduction in speed along that corridor. More capital stabilization funds projects. Motion 6 is for a DPW facilities aerial lift vehicle. That's $100,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is a new F550 one-ton chassis to be outfitted with a utility body and a bucket lift. The current vehicle is 17 years old and no longer safe to utilize. Motion 7 is for a highway cemetery backhoe. This is $140,000, with 70 coming from the Capital Stabilization Fund and 70 from the Cemetery Trust Fund. Replacement of the cemetery backhoe. The backhoe is designed specifically for use within the cemetery, but can also be utilized by the highway department. The current machine was purchased in 2008 and needs reconditioning at a cost exceeding $80,000, so we're not going to do that. Motion 8 is for implementation of risk assessment plan. This is $75,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is part of a program of improvements to town properties improving security. Funds will be spent on upgraded security for the recreation building to include camera systems, door entry systems, and improved lighting. Motion 9 is for a DPW highway truck, dump truck, $100,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is a new truck to replace an old truck, and it's old and needs to be replaced. This will have a plow, but mostly be for transporting materials. More capital stabilization funds. Motion 10, again, these pictures are for later on the slide. I should have had them probably appear. Mystic School Playground updates, this $50,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is for installation of 2 shade structures and an outdoor ADA-compliant drinking fountain, water bottle filling station at the Mystic Playground. This project, just so you know, was eligible for CPA funding, but is hopefully going to be funded by you tonight through the CSF. Motion 11 is for voting machines replacement. That's $40,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This will replace the 10-year-old voting machines, which have been requiring increased repairs. The state is offering now a $12,000 discount on the newer model if we purchase it this calendar year. Motion 12 is for bathroom door replace lock systems at Ginn and McDonald Field. That's $36,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This will include the installation of new timed door locks. The timing locks will align with restroom access with the park operating hours to ensure facilities are available when parks are open, but addressing safety concerns when they're not open, improve accessibility and security. Motion 13 is for police department taser replacements. That's $49,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is replacement of the 9-year-old tasers for the police department. This covers hardware costs for the tasers, holsters, training cartridges, batteries, charging systems, and live carry cartridges. More Capital Stabilization Funds. We got 8, and I got 8 minutes to do it. So, this is the motion 14 is for the health department vehicle. That's $50,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is for a new electric vehicle for the health department, replacing a 9-year-old Ford Focus electric vehicle at the end of its useful life. And its driving range has decreased and is not economically feasible to repair. This is where I'm going to jump forward to motion 18, which is backstop fence repair replacement. This is $61,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund. This is for repair or replacement of fencing at multiple locations, including Westside, Churchar, McDonald, Ginn, Mullen, Leonard Fields, and playgrounds. The whole project is $111,000, and we're excited to be collaborating, as you heard, with the WCCP to complete this project. You will receive a request for the remaining $50,000 in CPA funding later in Article 28, Motion 5, which we hope you will support along with this one. You heard a little bit about Motion 19. This is for roads and sidewalks. This is $650,000, $350,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund, and $300,000 for cash. You heard about this. Our annual allocation for roads and sidewalks is typically $350,000 to $500,000. However, overruns in the Shore Road culvert work necessitated the use of roads and sidewalk funds, which we hope to replenish with this motion. I'm now going to move on to a different funding source. This is for recreation retained earnings. Motion 15 is for a recreation department vehicle, which is $53,000 from the recreation retained earnings. This is to replace an aging, retired police Ford Interceptor gas vehicle in the recreation department with a hybrid Ford F-150 model. This now moving on to water and sewer retained earnings. Motion 16 is for computer programming of the water treatment plant. This is $75,000, which will be funded with $13,000 and some change from the water and sewer retained earnings, and the remainder will be from account closeouts, as you heard. This is for replacement of computers and outdated computer software that's used for the operation of the water treatment plant. The support of this version of software will be ending soon. The project was previously voted for funding by town meeting last year, but a lack of retained earnings at that time requires us bringing it back to you to vote again this year. And last, but certainly not least, is the water treatment plant contact tank cleaning repair, which is $200,000, $135,000 in water and sewer retained earnings, and the remainder from account closeouts. This is essential maintenance and upgrade to the water treatment plant's 1 million gallon clear well tank to ensure continued compliance and safety and quality of our drinking water. The clear well holds filtered water, allowing disinfectants sufficient time to inactivate the remaining pathogens. Biofilm and sediments have accumulated inside the tank, necessitating a thorough draining and cleaning. So I think I got that under 8 minutes, and I want to thank you very much. The motions or minions, thank you as well. And if you're really lucky, you will not see me again till a long, long time from now, Article 34. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those efforts. Can we hear the recommendation of the Select Board? Mrs. Pryor?
Select Board recommended favorable action on all 19 motions. We had a presentation that was longer than 8 minutes from Mr. Vernelia at one of our meetings a few months ago. Select Board felt like they understood the need and all of the projects, so favorable action.
Can we get the recommendation of the Finance Committee?
The Finance Committee is part of the Capital Committee, and so we voted favorable action on all of the recommendations.
Thank you. Is there a recommendation from the School Committee, or is that? Yep.
The School Committee recommended favorable action on Motion 1, the Lincoln School Chiller Final Design and Construction. Motion 3, the Ambrose School Pedestrian Walkway. Motion 8, the implementation of the Risk Assessment Plan. Motion 10, the Mystic School Playground upgrades. And Motion 18, backstop and fence repair, replacement at multiple fields, the ones that were pertinent to schools. Thank you.
Okay. Now we'll open the floor to debate. Please approach the microphone. We'll see how the debate goes. I mean, there's 19 motions. We're going. What? Yeah. First, we're going to debate. Please state your name and precinct.
Marilyn Gagalis, Precinct 1. My question is about the returning funds. I noticed that the Morocco Culvert Engineering, there was money left over to return. But my question tonight is, what is the actual status of the Morocco Culvert project before we return any of the money? That project seems to be at a standstill. Nothing is being done. It was stopped mid-work, and we don't know what the status is. So before we return any engineering, because it seems that there's more engineering to come, I'm wondering if that should not be done.
So I would say the money should be returned, but the status of the project is we are waiting on a license agreement from the MBTA to start work. We had one in August. We authorized Beth Rudolph to sign it. We made some minor tweaks, and now we're engaging our legislative delegation and as many people as we can to get that back. Once that is signed, there will be some work to prep the site. There's utility poles and things along the roadway and the right-of-way on the train station. And then we have worked with the Winchester Soccer Club to get an easement for access, not an easement, actually a site access agreement, to get access to their parking spaces to do the work. Right now, the holdup is with the T.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Miller?
Yes, John Miller, Precinct 6. I have just a comment on Motion 1 and a question on Motion 4. My comment on Motion 1 is, school committee member Menardi correctly stated that this equipment is beyond its service life. The town spent quite a bit of money on VFA to create a database of all our major equipment and capital assets. And I'm pretty confident that on that list, this chiller is going to be there, and along with other things. It's been suggested that these things fail in some surprising way, and that's not correct. Roofs fail after 20 to 25 years. It's predictable. A service life on this equipment is known, and I think I guess I would just ask the Select Board, and maybe through the chair of the Select Board, to make a commitment to periodically inform town meeting what's on that list, what's out of its service life, what's the value and the cost of replacement. These things are not surprises. Things break, and they know, people know when they break their service lives. So I'm fully supportive of Motion 1, but we have the tools and the information to avoid these surprises. This kind of information should be going into the state of the town. We should not be faced with, the last time we had one of these was the Mystic boiler, remember? A year ago, and that was a big surprise. and we just run into surprise after surprise after surprise. All these surprises are on that VFA list. They're not surprises. Although I fully support the expenditure, but emergency fire expenditure is always more expensive than planning ahead. My question on motion number 4 is, are there conceptual engineering drawings of what people are thinking about to do at this corner? I've never been around engineering firm that doesn't have a conceptual design. This is before schematic design, before you start saying where are you going to move things. Do you have a picture of what people are thinking about doing at Sims Corner before we spend $300,000? Without a further understanding, I'd be opposed to motion 4.
Mr. Vernaglia?
So that's what this article, this motion is for, is to bring up that conceptual so that we get to the 25%. So that's exactly what we're doing with this motion. We do not have conceptual design yet.
You have a follow-up?
Yes.
Okay, you have 1 minute left in your 5 minutes.
I'm talking about a 3 or 4% design, a conceptual design. What you're talking about, Mr. Vernaglia, with respect, is what's called a schematic design. And that is, you take the picture and turn it into plans of what you might do in the real world. I'm looking for, is there a concept someone have in their mind what we're going to do at Sims Corner?
Do you want
I was going to say we could call it town engineer?
Yeah,
or
town engineer?
Mr. Martin, Bob Lavoisier, DPW Director.
Sorry.
So part of the TIP project, it's done through MassDOT. So we bring on a consultant, they do up conceptual plans. There's a lot of public meetings. MassDOT will come out and hold public meetings with the community, with the neighbors in the area, show them several of the conceptual plans, and move on from there. So this is just the start of that, but yes, we will have several conceptual plans. And MassDOT will come out and they'll lead a public meeting to go through all these plans. But this is just the initial stage.
Thank you. Mr. Marmon?
Yeah, my name is Doug Marmon, and I'm a long-term resident of Kenwin Road, and I rise in opposition to motion 5. Some 15, maybe more years ago, they redid Washington Street and put a traffic light at the intersection of Washington Cross and Kenwin. That increased the traffic on our street because it used to be a very difficult intersection and people would avoid it. Now it's got a light. And it increased the congestion on our street. I think that's the problem. I don't think we've got a lot of speeding cars on our street. I mean, there's an occasional hot rod who guns it up the hill, but I don't think speed is a problem. And I think the chicanes are going to be a problem because they increase the congestion. Surely there's a better way we can use $150,000 than to disrupt my street.
Thank you. Further on the question, Mrs. Simboli?
Dorothy Simboli, Precinct 6. I have a question about motion 2, the removal of the underground fuel tanks at the library and public safety buildings. I know the estimate is $100K to do that, but if there is any contamination as a result of those underground fuel tanks, that number is potentially 10 times more. And I'm wondering what the urgency is, given all of the other financial pressures that we're facing right now, and that maybe we should just let sleeping dogs lie, at least for the time being.
Mr. Vernaglia?
So we no longer use these tanks. Both of those buildings are on gas. Per code, we have to remove these tanks. They've been drained, so they have no oil in them now, but we cannot leave them in the ground. We must remove them. I think that's the simplest answer, is that we're required to remove them.
Under what law, what time frame, why is it right now that we have to remove them? I mean, if we're looking at potentially $1 million cleanup, I mean, could this wait a year? Could this wait a couple of years? Could we wait until after the override?
So we were supposed to do this within a year of switching over from oil to gas. So we're actually a little late in technically doing it. We are living on borrowed time right now of having these tanks sitting in the ground when we were supposed to have moved them a while ago. So I don't know if that answers that. They're required to be removed.
Okay, if the cost is $1 million, where are we going to come up with the extra $900,000?
I don't know, but we can't leave them in the ground is all I do know. They cannot stay in the ground. If we take them out, we'll have to see what happens then, but if we leave them in the ground, that's not an option.
All right, thank you. Further on the question, Ms. Verdicchio?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Susan Verdicchio, Precinct 1. I'm also a longtime resident of Kenwin Road, and I think we need to put this in the proper context. I think that the traffic improvements that are proposed are based on a pedestrian safety need. I think that when we had a hearing about the proposals, there were some statistics about the, some data about the vehicle speed, and I know that right now the part of Kenwin Road that I live on is part of the hill, and speeds on the vehicles going up the hill were higher actually than the speeds of those going down the hill. Kenwin Road is between Cross Street and Highland Avenue, and the engineering department and the select board had full corridor traffic studies done for Cross Street and Highland Avenue and recommended some improvements for those. And as I'm pretty sure most of the, or if not all of the people in this, of you lovely people in this room, know the quickest way to get from Cross Street to Highland is to go up Kenwin Road. Kenwin Road, by my count, has about 7 houses where school-aged children live. Many of them try to get to school and back by walking or riding a bicycle. A couple of years ago, one of my neighbors has a daughter who rides the bus, and the bus had pulled up to drop the daughter off on the right-hand side of the road, and the daughter's house is their house is on the left-hand side, so the daughter had to cross in front of the bus to get to her house. And even with the bus, flashing lights on, an impatient driver decided to pull around the stopped bus and nearly hit the second or third grade girl on her way to her house. And the school department took care of changing the bus route, but it was a very close call. And I was just wondering, through you, Mr. Moderator, to the select board or the town engineer, could we hear any of the data about the speeds and the need for this project?
Town engineer Matt Schulman.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I don't have the data that was presented at the public meeting. That was from 2023. There were 2 public meetings for this project. However, the engineering department did do some speed counts, collected some data in September of this year before the temporary installation was put in, and then October following the installation. There is a temporary installation consisting of flex posts and some signs up on the street right now. The average speeds have gone down about 1 to 2 miles per hour. The 85th percentile speeds, which are speeds that 85% of vehicles are traveling at or below, have also gone down between 1 and 3 miles per hour. We also collected data on kind of the number of cars or the percent of vehicles going above certain speeds. And what we found was there was a noticeable reduction in vehicles going over 30 miles per hour. So roughly 10% reduction in the number of cars going over 30 miles per hour. Thanks.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Moderator, through you to the select board, I know there was a very robust discussion of this at the hearing that the select board held. I wonder if there was anything that, pertinent that they might tell us.
Mrs. Pryor?
Sure. We had 4 Kenwin Road Town Meeting residents at our public hearing with another 3 neighbors, I think. We heard from a lot of the Kenwin Road residents. Select Board, we also heard from engineering. Select Board voted to approve the design as presented by Tool with chicanes. We also, in response to a resident's concern, directed the engineer to do that on a temporary basis to see how those chicanes worked. If in the test run it should move up one driveway or move down one house, just to see how the traffic flow was impacted. So we took the advice of our traffic engineers. We made our own adjustments in response to what some of the neighbor concerns were and voted favorable action unanimously.
Thank you. Further on the question, Dr. Zawicki.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Greg Zawicki, Precinct 1, also a resident of Kenwin Road for the past 6 years, also a parent of 2 younger children who are obviously using the street as well. I have obviously observed many speeding cars going up and down the street. We see that in a lot of places, but I think as was mentioned by several others, it is a cut through from between Highland and Washington on Cross Street, and is probably put on Waze and Google Maps and a lot of other places to cut through when you're coming down from 93 to get into Woburn or vice versa. Cutting down speeds will actually reduce that GPS technology being able to sort of route people through town as well. And so ultimately this data-driven approach, which I think I have to applaud the town engineer and the select board for authorizing, has really led us to understand that there is a way to mitigate the traffic that will be beneficial for us as long-term as residents. We've had the temporary chicanes now for a couple of weeks, and not just the data that shows that there's been a reduction in the speeds, but I think we are able to see that cars are being much more careful about going up and down these streets as was intended. And so I think I'm in full support of this, both as a resident, a parent of younger children, but also want to just applaud the process, because I think many of us at town meeting often ask for data to support decisions. Sometimes we don't get that data and then we get frustrated. Here we're faced with a situation where multiple public meetings were held, data was collected, more data was collected, there was universal approval from the select board, there's encouragement from the town engineer to come up with different alternatives, and we've done our due diligence as a town, and so I would ask our town meeting members to vote in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. So the chair feels that we're getting most of the comments on number 5 Kenwin Road. Is there anybody who wants to ask a question about something else? Okay, so Mr. Deering, because I know where he lives and I've spent a lot of time in his house, can we just finish on Kenwin Road and then I'll hear from Ms. Blackwell?
Whatever you want. I'm Bob Deering, and I've lived in Kenwin Road for the last 49 years, so I've known the different traffic patterns that were dealt with. At one time, it was 800 cars went up the street just alone for the Washington School, and when they closed, that went away. Well, times have changed, and the last data that we got that the town engineer sent me, that is 2,000 cars that go up and down Kenwin Road in any given day. And I don't know if there's too many more streets in Winchester to have that many cars. And the problem with that is that Cross Street, everybody uses that as a shortcut to get across. And just as a little side note, you have all these streets that people come, that they don't work here, it's a pass-through. We have all these people coming down our street, Highland Avenue, Washington Street, even South Border Road, and they're passing through, and they get 2,000 cars going up the street, and most of those are not residents, are not those going up to the hospital. They're people that are taking a shortcut to avoid the traffic lights at Swanton Street and downtown. So the other thing, it's been mentioned a couple of times tonight, that there was a number of meetings on this, and the one I know of is we went down to the Board of Selectmen when they come up with the scheme that they have now, was presented, and a copy of that was sent to every resident. That's the only contact we had with the town about what was there. And we were given that, and we were looked at it. And when the engineer sent out that we're going to put temporary things up so you get to know what's going on, excuse me, I said, that's a great idea, because before you spend $150,000, you want to know what the people on the street know. And I was a selectman for 6 years. And when I was the first selectman, we had some sort of neighborhood of the traffic problem. And we went and did it, and that was it. Well, next week, we had the neighbors in, and we had the other half of the neighbors in who didn't like this. And from that point on, we always included conversations with the neighborhood. Now, for what this is worth, right now, they say, well, we slowed the speed down from 1 to 3 miles per hour. We're going to spend $150,000 to slow, they may go from, 25 to 23. But, that's not the real big problem, speeding. It's the amount of traffic going through. And I think that you owe it to the citizens in that street to come back and say, what is your view? Because I've been asking them. Now, I've only had 2 people that say they like it. And one person happened to say, yeah, we can put flowers in that little plot there and make it look pretty. Well, that's nice, but I got 2,000 cars and going up the street. I don't want to make it look pretty for them. And other people have had concerns about plowing and all that. I have those concerns. The highway department says, no problem. Well, I was born yesterday, but not, at night. So there'll be problems the way that's laid out. All I'm asking for is go back, send out a letter to all the citizens on the street to come down and review it and express their thoughts. If they don't show up, well, that's their problem. But I think they should be given that opportunity. It's only fair to them to show this to them. And the selectmen voted it. Okay, I don't have a problem with that. That night, we went back, and then we got a thing in the paper, in the mail, and it's no chance for input from the. Now they may not say anything and say okay, but I think there's a lot of them who would like to sit down and make what they think should be done. And I think that does not take a big thing out of what we want to do by honoring that request. They give the citizens of this town the right to discuss with their elected officials what they want to change in my neighborhood. That's my say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, are you taking additional comment on Kenwin Road, or are you just switching to other topics and coming back?
Well, it doesn't seem like anybody's... Are you Kenwin Road?
I was on Kenwood, yes.
Let's hear from Mrs. Blackwell.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Megan Blackwell, Precinct 7. I think my question's about motion 16. During Mr. Vernalia's great presentation, I think I heard him say that we voted this last year, but it turned out that we didn't have sufficient funding. So my question is, could someone please explain how we could have voted for funding that wasn't available?
Town Comptroller Stacy.
Good evening, town meeting. Just a math error, to be honest. When we added up all the votes, one was missed, and we didn't realize it was off by $1,400. And the DOR graciously let us just revote one of them. And we have, I think we chose the easiest, probably one to revote. They could have invalidated them, but they were graciously allowing us to revote it.
Thank you.
So, unfortunately, bad math, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hopcroft.
Thank you, Tom Hopcroft, Precinct 7. I just wanted to weigh in on the Kenwin Road traffic calming and provide some context. I live over on Pond Street, but for people that may not kind of know the geography, there's a corridor coming down Johnson Road, up Route 3, down Pond Street, down Main Street, over to Cross Road, and right up Kenwin Road. It's a major cut-through through the town. There are other cut-through roads that go in other directions through our town, but there's a very high volume of traffic, I think predominantly not Winchester residents, who are traveling at very high speeds. We've had cars, when they've done studies on Pond Street, that are traveling over 70 miles an hour, so very fast. And there are residents, on our part of the corridor who are within walking distance of the Lynch School, but send their kids by bus because they don't feel it's safe. And so over near the Morocco School and Leonard Field, it's the same conditions. traffic moving very fast. So I think the pedestrian safety and traffic calming along all of these corridors is something that's very important that we address. And so I would urge people to support that in this piece of the road. We did some work on Cross Street with some speed humps there. So I wanted to lend that context that that it's a dangerous situation and we have kids running around and biking around, and we need to slow the traffic down. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nixon.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I have a comment and a question on motion number 1 for the Lincoln Chiller. I agree wholeheartedly with John Miller's comments earlier that this is equipment that's not a question of if, but when, and it's certainly gone long past its service life. If I heard correctly from Mr. Eno this morning, we just learned at 5:57 we are now considered a climate leader community, which is terrific. And having had that designation, we're now eligible for some significant grants. And it occurs to me that the air source heat pump proposed at Lincoln is a poster child project for the decarbonization accelerator grants, which open in August and subsequently in February for up to $1 million on an application by application basis. So my question is, and with apologies to the State of the Town Committee if there are already projects that are earmarked, assuming we might get that designation, but if that's not the case, is there an intention to apply for a grant for this project? As I understand it, the funding we're asked for is actually to complete the construction documents, so presumably that would happen over the winter. It would go out to bid in the spring. It would be summer work. We typically do school projects over the summer. Certainly, a February application might be plausible. I don't know if that's a question for management or for Mr. Pruitt. It seems to me there's an opportunity there. And if that's not the case, maybe a suggestion to the FinCom chair, whose presentation and remarks tonight I thought were spot on. Perhaps there could be a slide in the spring that speaks to the opportunities that are afforded us through grants through this new opportunity and our new designation. Thank you.
Thank you. Who would like to answer that question? Mr. McPeak?
Hi, Chris. There's absolutely no shortage of projects that would be eligible for this. I would suggest that we proceed as quickly as possible on Lincoln, and that the town hall HVAC replacement would be an ideal candidate for that.
And to clarify, Mr. Moderator, I'm not suggesting we withhold funding. I think if we fully fund it, I guess my question was, is there an intention to apply for a grant? If we were successful, that would be unexpended funds. There would be a turn back and, of course, then eligible for other capital projects. It sounds like there's not a plan to submit on this project in particular.
Not at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We do have a neighbor who's not a town meeting member who would like to be heard on this on Kenwood Road, Mr. Pokros.
Yes, Mr. Moderator. John Prokos, 40-year resident of Kenwood Road. And I just wanted to clarify a couple of things that have been discussed tonight. I've lived there a long time. I see we have a serious problem right now. Kenwood Road is a major cut through the neighborhood to the arterial routes, to the 93, et cetera. And this is evidenced by, you stand out there in the morning and you see out-of-state plates that are going up and down Kenwood Road. This has created both unsafe speeding. 67% of the cars on Kenwood Road are driving above the speed limit, according to the town engineer's study. And there's excessive volume, and that combined with the current pandemic of distraction, people looking at their phones, the technology in cars, has created a very unsafe environment for children, pedestrians, and other drivers. The solution is clear, I think, and it's been presented by the town engineers. Test results from the temporary chicane mock-up show an overall reduction in average vehicle speeds that the town engineer has said a significant in the number of people that are now slowed down below 30 miles an hour. I think it's showing that this is a big success and it works. What the engineer's report didn't mention was that chicanes require drivers to slow down, sometimes even to come to a stop to allow other people to pass, and that I think is actually a very good thing. It's part of the traffic calming, and it reduces the overall speeds, and maybe people will go take different routes rather than shooting up and down Kenwin with the chicanes there. And lastly, on the chicanes, it also makes parking, I think, safer because the chicanes create a little bump out so the cars fit nicely in there between them. And there's only a couple of spaces reduced on the street, about 3 spaces we lose with the chicanes. So moving forward, I think we should implement the permanent chicanes. The temporary mock-up that they have with the orange cones and the white pylons is very unattractive. It's very commercial looking. And I think that's hindered the acceptance by some of the neighbors, despite the obvious benefits. Therefore, and most importantly, the permanent installation should allow for low planting in the chicanes, reinforces a pleasant residential feel. This approach has been used successfully in many other residential areas. The engineers had a great rendering of what they could look like. That wasn't up on the board, but it's quite attractive. And additionally, the proposed crosswalk at the top of Highland Ave would further enhance the pedestrian connection to the Fells. Overall, I think this is a great plan. Thank you for taking the time to prepare it and test it, and I think it's time to move forward with it.
Thank you. Final comments on the question, Michelle McCarthy?
Not on Kenwin, on Sims
Well,
Corner.
on the whole article.
Okay. Sorry, I had a question on Sims Corner. It went by really quickly. Did I hear correctly that we're asking for $300,000 for a study so that we can spend $7 to $8 million on a rotary at Sims Corner? Can we get any information on that? That seems like a lot of money for a lovely rotary.
Mr. Vernalia?
So it is the engineering work and design work is $300,000. That gets us to what was described would get us up to what's so-called 25% design. We would then proceed to have needed an additional $300,000 approximately at a future town meeting, and that would be the end of our commitment to funding. The remaining funds, which would be in the multiple millions of dollars, would be funded from the state.
Okay.
So, yes, it results in a big number at the end, but that big number is not coming from us.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And it sounds like, as Mr. Miller asked earlier, is there like a sketch on a napkin or anything to show us, like, maybe I just don't understand what's wrong with Sims Corner? Is it just like have there been accidents? Is it a child safety issue? Before we spend all of this money, I'm just trying to figure out the real problem.
Yes, there have been accidents. Anyone who lives, it was also identified as a priority intersection when the town did the traffic study a couple years ago by residents of the town. If you drive through that intersection on any regular basis, as I do, it's not just a rotary. It's a rotary, but it also has a stop sign at one part in the middle of it. It also has a side that goes pretty much straight through.
I'm very familiar with it. I have 3 teenagers trying to drive, and I love to take them around that to test it out.
So I was the opposite, so I don't want to discuss, but I told my kids never to go on that intersection because, so it's the exact opposite. I said stay away from that, and I don't think they drive it still, and they're 22 and 18, so.
Okay. I just want to point out to town meeting members that we're asking, I think not right now, but in the spring, for $300,000 to demolish the Sanborn Carriage House, which is on the National Register of Historic Buildings. And we're also asking to spend $300,000 on a study for a rotary. I just feel like we need to really think about some of these issues that we have before we just spend everything. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have 19 projects here totaling $4,429,000. We've had substantial questions and debate on one item of the 19. So I would like to group the remaining 18 projects together for a vote. Okay, so we'll split that out. I'm going to have to do some quick math, though. What is that, 300? It wasn't that quick. Okay. It is moved in sec. So this is everything except for number 5. Where's Sims Corner? And number 4. Number 4. This is going to require 2/3. 4. So it is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $4,129,000 from the Building Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 and the various accounts listed in the warrant for Lincoln School chiller, final design and construction, including lower level unit, removal of underground fuel tanks at the library and public safety buildings, repair of the Ambrose School pedestrian walkway, Department of Public Works facilities, aerial lift vehicle, highway cemetery backhoe, implementation of risk assessment plan, Department of Public Works highway 1-ton dump truck, Mystic School playground upgrades, voting machine replacement, bathroom door repair, replacement, and lock systems for Ginn and McDonald Fields, Police Department taser replacements, Health Department vehicle, Recreation Department vehicle, computer programming at the water treatment plant, backstop and fence repair, replacement, and roads and sidewalks. What? Water treatment plant, contact tank cleaning and repair, including construction, equipment, and engineering, and all other costs incidental and related thereto. So we're going to use our clickers just to make sure they're working. Hopefully they are.
We're going to do a test.
Yep.
I heard only the stabilization fund, but there's 300,000 in motion.
Yeah,
19, which is free cash.
my motion included the various accounts listed in the warrant. So each one of those motions listed in the motion book lists the different accounts, and rather than some of them have 12 accounts that we're pulling from. So rather than listing them all, I'm just saying what's printed in the warrant. Is that clear for everybody? Okay. The funding sources, and this is a 2/3 vote. So we're gonna voting.
Are we doing a test vote or are we taking the vote?
What's the difference? Can we take the vote?
We were having a little technical difficulty. I just want to check. Are we good? All right.
We're gonna take the vote, and if it doesn't work, that will be the test.
Okay. Okay. So 4 and 5 excluded from this one.
Yeah. This thing's still dark. Do we have a quorum? Can I take a voice vote? The hour is late. We'd like to wrap this article up, so we're going to take a voice vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Unanimously, so the 2/3 is satisfied. Amen.
Point of order, it wasn't unanimous, it was, just for the record.
Overwhelming support. Thank you.
So declare 2/3 by the moderator, correct?
Yes. Okay, now for motion number 4 in your warrant, is moved and seconded that the town vote to appropriate $300,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for Sims Corner traffic improvement design, including engineering and all other costs incidental and related to. Since our test hasn't come back yet, that's going to be a voice vote too. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No. The motion carries overwhelmingly, 2/3. It's, no? Okay, all right, we're going to have to stand then. Yes, we will. We're going to have to appoint tellers. Let me just make sure that this isn't working. Oh, we've got it. We've got the tally, so we're going to be able to take this vote, okay? The machine's just being slow and we might not be able to see everything on the screen. Okay, so we'll be able to have the tally when we take motion 4 as a clicker vote. You want to give me the tally just so we have?
148 yes. This was on the
Yes. So the tally on the large motion is 148 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. Now we're going to open up voting on the second motion, which is in your warrant, motion number 4, Sims Corner. Do you need me to read the motion again? No. Okay, let's open it up for 30 seconds. We already called the vote, so we're going to take the vote. Green light. The system is accepting votes. It's just lagging right now, but we'll be able to get a tally for everybody. You have your 2/3 sheet. Okay, with 108 in the affirmative, 32 in the negative, 2 abstaining, requiring 94 votes to pass the 2/3 threshold, the motion passes. Okay? A very keen ear. Now, motion number 5 that's printed in your warrant. Moved, seconded that the town vote to appropriate $150,000 from the Capital Stabilization Fund established under Chapter 69 of the Acts of 2002 for Kenwin Road traffic calming, including construction and engineering and all other costs incidental and related thereto. This will also be a clicker vote. Open it for 30 seconds. Hold on. Motion 20, new clickers. No, we're waiting for the computer to be ready to accept votes. I'm here for free. You're not paying for me. Don't worry. What? What? We're gonna take votes. Okay, we're now ready to take the vote on motion number 5 in the warrant. It's open for 30 seconds. It's 96. Yep. Okay, needing 89 votes in the affirmative, there were 104 votes in the affirmative, so the motion carries. 29 in the negative and 4 abstentions. The chair will hear a motion to adjourn. Do I have a second? All right, we'll see you on Thursday.
Evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Alan Iden, and you have just seen the first session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting adjourned at this somewhat late hour. So let's do a quick recap of what has happened tonight in this first session. We opened the meeting with some memory of some notable residents, notable town people who have passed since the Springtown meeting. Mike Allen, a crossing guard. William Gurisi, a town meeting member. Tom Svigny, a member of Rotary and the Historical Society. And of course, Bob Newtile, well known for his championship of baseball and sports here in the town, and whose namesake West Side Field is there. Consent agenda they were voted on several articles, numerous articles that had no debate on them, and we went on for the first half of the meeting to the reports of the town officials. We heard from the select board talking about the search for a new town manager, the capital needs of the town, that later on this meeting there'll be the first voting use of the Community Preservation Act, CPA funds, the repairs to Morocco School, lights in Ginn Field, the Shore Road Bridge repair, and about $1.6 million in grants received, and some improvements to the procedures at the transfer station, including composting. We heard from Athena Brady, about the proposal to establish a Human Rights Commission. This will be coming before a spring town meeting to look into rights violations. She said all surrounding towns have them, and the memberships and tasks will be coming before a spring town meeting. Finance Committee said there were 200 years of experience on the Finance Committee, but 95% of the funds to run the town come from residential property taxes. Fixed and variable costs are rising. The free cash is adequate, which is important to keep the town's AAA bond rating. A deficit of $3 to $5 million is anticipated, though, for the coming fiscal year because inflation is outpacing revenue growth. School committee reports talked about meetings over the summer, said safety and security is a priority, plans to improve literacy, collective bargaining issues are being worked on. There were plans for the application to rebuild the Morocco School. There were elementary school playground improvements all through the system. There was a new cafeteria, library, and paint at Morocco. The Winchester High School gym floor is completely finished. And of course, the town's brand new Lynch Elementary School opened in September. We heard from a report of the State of the Town Committee that looking into new resources, this is an ongoing project, looking into new resources for funding to put the town on a solid financial footing ahead of any crisis. The need to create comprehensive plans and find resources beyond real estate taxes. There were members from various boards and hundreds of pages of work so far, we heard. School committee, they're looking at the school committee needs for 5 years. Municipal needs are generally good but need to be tweaked. Capital needs, coordinations with the Community Preservation Act, utilization of the capital base like Mystic School, which will be voted to transfer that from the school committee to the town. And also to reduce the impact of the override on vulnerable populations in the town. Library trustees were, the chair of the library trustees said the library is well supported by the town, maintains accreditation. There are many assets available to borrow for free and there are new security cameras installed. We heard from the 9-member Climate Action Advisory Board talking about implementing the 2020 climate change resiliency, climate action plan to reduce carbon emissions and improve climate change resiliency. The town has been named a climate leader by the state, and apparently that was just received just tonight, just before town meeting. It makes the town eligible for up to $1 million in grants over the next 3 years. Talked about the new digesters at the transfer station for composting and increasing the awareness of the goals, and the Climate Action Committee has their new logo. Robert's Rules Committee, we heard from Peter Haley about the plan to replace Robert's Rules, the rules under which town meeting operates, with town meeting time rules, which apparently have been adopted by many of the towns here in New England. Some bylaw changes will be needed, and he also said all town meeting members should treat each other with respect. The Field Management Committee talked about their job is to maintain the state-of-the-art fields. They suggest and monitor rules and regulations. And there are 2 funds, one for the artificial and the other for the natural turf fields. After recess, we came back. Article 2 was a report of the planning board. Thanks to kudos to the board and staff from the chair. Thanks to Suzanne Gill, who recently retired from the planning board, from the engineering office. There were 2 projects on the board. Currently is 972 Main Street, which is 13 condos. It's the first development in the new North Main Street zoning district, where the Meineke repair shop was. And of course, a big project at what is now called 33 Mount Vernon Street, which was Converse Place. That project is being reviewed. It's underway. He said actually there's a review of that tomorrow night, Tuesday night, by the planning board. The Article 4 was, and that's, of course, that report was accepted. Article 4 was zoning changes, some tweaking of the zoning changes as a result of the MBTA overlay district. Some qualifications for affordable units were rounded up, now will be rounded down. The bottom line was to make affordable requirements the same in the center, the MBTA overlay district, and in the North Main Street district. State approvals were all approved. State approvals were received on all of those, and that passed. Article 5 was to add property at 2A Rangeley Ridge to the Rangeley Park Historic Heritage District. Excuse me. There were 19 current residents in that, so this would bring it up to 20. That was passed. The Capital Planning Committee was told that the Finance Committee said their job is unsexy but unavoidable, quote unquote. There's a lot of town hall projects needed. It's been 35 years since the last major renovation in town hall. Talked about the proposal to reconstruct Sims Corner. In that case, the town will design it. The state will pay for it. There's going to be a need for $2.5 million in new fire equipment over the next 2 years, and a proposal to demolish the carriage house up next to the Sanborn House on High Street. So that was a report that was passed. The final article, the evening Article 8, was for 19 capital projects. Biggest one being $2.5 million for the chiller at the Lincoln School, which was well beyond its normal life. It's 24 years old. And then there were 18 other motions, some money coming from the capitalization fund, but most of the discussion was on the Sims proposal for Sims Corner redesign and Kenwin Road traffic calming. A lot of comments on that, mostly from Kenwin Road residents. The total was going to be $4.5 million for the total, all 19, but because of the discussion on Kenwin Road and Sims Corner, those were pulled out. There was a $4.1 million vote for all of them except those two motions, and then separate votes for $300,000 for design studies and the Sims Corner reconstruction. That was passed. And $150,000 for the calming features on Kenwin Road was passed. I'm not going to read all the capital projects, but just some of them were, usual, like a dump truck or a vehicle for the recreation department and the health department. If you have a copy of the warrant, those were in there. But again, all those other articles, all those other motions were passed by town meeting to go forward. And that brings us to the end of the first session of Winchester's Fall 2025 Town Meeting. We want to thank all of you for watching. Hopefully the summaries are useful to you. We want to thank the WinCam staff here, the 3 members of the WinCam staff here at the Winchester High School. And as always, for all, on behalf of the WinCam staff, I'd like to thank you for watching. My name's Alan Iden. Have a great night.